Good day, everyone. Okay. There's been ups and downs today, but I'm okay overall. Everything's good. All the streams are good. I think the only thing that I'm missing here is just like probably have to redo the chat widget. This chat's not showing up on the stream, it looks like. Yeah, I don't think it is. Oh, there it is. Yeah, this took a while. That Ari always has to load. Do a little bit. Yes, it started last night. Now, I never done this one before, but I'm pretty sure this is kind of a nothing burger of an event. Yeah, go ahead and update. It's at least there's a lot of stuff going on as far as the activities are concerned. But I'm pretty sure this story itself is actually kind of run of the mill. Yeah, there's no. I'm pretty sure the majority of the character events are the minor events. I call it a minor one. It's never gonna be voiced. They said that's the goal they want to do, but I don't think they're gonna make it at this point. Yeah, this is a filler patch, more or less. I'm wondering. I actually didn't watch the stream for Qiuhua. Did they actually tease the next character? Yeah, I lost my 52 burrito. So I don't have Qiuhua right now because I'm not going to spend all of that my Doritos on that. Okay, no. Because if it's... You suspect Florence? That's an interesting one. Hey Recon, how's it going? Florence is pretty interesting to come this early. But if it's Nikita, because in I believe in CN it was Qiuhua, and then Yuhi, and then Nikita. But maybe they'll do Nikita next, and Nikita's story is actually really good. Money is good. Yeah, hopefully my job starts soon. Try floating electricity. Yeah, that's true actually, because we don't actually have the squad 404 girls yet. So they're still on the list too. Any thoughts on AK-15 is probably gonna be the throne 416. AK-15, at least what they're trying to tell us is that she is going to be the next, I think China calls her the wheelchair character. Basically, she's going to be so easy that even a disabled person can do it. That's kind of fucked up, but at the same time it's funny. So with that in mind, AK-15 should be dethroning 416 as the wheelchair character. No, we don't have Honduras or Dalka yet. They haven't came out yet. Yeah, we don't have Lena either. Actually, a lot of stages for Qiuhua's event. Where did that go? I don't think Gaunt herself had a mech. We did have a mech. Griffin did have a mech, yeah. A mech and a tank. Release AK-15 next patch. That'd be actually really cool. But yeah, they're not gonna do that. But more or less, we're gonna be in like filler patch land for a while now. Yeah, let's go ahead and get started though. Frame self-diagnosis complete. System self-diagnosis complete. Attempting to connect to local area network failed. Accessing neural cloud backup failed. Selecting new neural log destination directory. Neural cloud will be backed up to a local destination confirmed. Was it your model? Damn, her drawing's way too good. Allow bang shatters to silence and swaying rays of light cut through the darkness. For a moment, the dazzling light shines right into the doll's eyes, seemingly igniting a fire within them. State your frame model. SSD62D. Your employer? Not here. They don't know you either. Name. Qiuhua. Ever seen these before? No. Ever been here before? No. Where'd you put the stolen goods? Big, double big. Aggressively big. I didn't... Look, I told you, I haven't even seen them before. What made the drag marks? Don't know. Do you know what a neon is? Obviously I do. It's a legend from my hometown. Grossa, she drank milk. Last question. Do you know the Scavengers? Of course. Qiuhua opens her eyes wide and glares at the one-way mirror in the room. She's taunting it. She knows someone is watching her through it. It's true that I came here for the Scavengers, but it's also true that I wasn't involved in any funny business. And no matter how long you decide to lock me here, to let me reflect on my actions, no matter how many times you question me, my answer will always be the same. I didn't do it. Sunlight streams in through the structural beams overhead, giving the cold air the illusion of warmth. As Sabrina walks through the trade fair, her eyes light up as she takes in the items on display and the bright red festive decorations. Wow, it's cheese! You hardly ever see this in the Yellow Zone. Can I buy some, please? Oh, and there's ketchup, ham, and sausages too. The commander might want to try these. It's true that the ingredients here are rather uncommon in the Yellow Zone, but this isn't the time to think about what we'll be eating, no? Remember our mission, Sabrina. Ah, I'm sorry. It's just that these things were so peaceful that I ended up... But this is urgent. Sabrina turns to a nearby stall owner and begins gesticulating wildly as she speaks with her fingers pinched. Excuse me, but have you seen a doll? She's about this tall, a bit shorter than me, with a fiery color scheme, and looks very energetic and lively. No, wait, the last time I saw her was several years ago. What if she's neither fiery nor energetic now? No, that can't be. I'm sure she's still doing fine. I have not done the summer Nikkei yet. Calm down. Let the owner put down what he's carrying first. Also, we have a picture of Qiuhua, don't we? Pardon me, dear customer. Coming through. The man's burden is piled up far above his head. As he brushes past Sabrina, the shaky tower suddenly begins to collapse. Look out! Ah, my cargo! Eek! I got it! Are you alright, Signor? The stall owner dusts himself off as he gets back to his feet. Thank you, miss. I'm okay as long as my cargo is safe. But you're bleeding. It's just his flesh wound. However, the cargo is important for the climax of this festive trade fair. If anything happened to it, I wouldn't be able to make up for it even if you dot all of my points. I'm just glad you read it so quickly, miss. Oh yes, I seem to remember you were asking me for something? We were separated from one of our friends. Have you seen the doll in this picture? Let me take a look. Yeah, she seems kind of familiar. I think I've seen her before. Wait, really? Lucky us. We only just started looking and we already found a clue. Have you seen her here? When did you see her? Where did she go? Slow down now, miss. No, wait. The doll I saw didn't look like her. I'm sorry, but there are just so many customers and dolls for me to remember clearly. We're having a festive trade fair after all. As for this doll, I might have seen her. Might have not, I can't be sure. A festive trade fair? You don't know about it? We've had a huge rush of customers recently, and most of them came just to attend ours. I'm pretty sure at the entire Yellow Zone, hardly anyone else is bigger than or better than us. The stall owner unconsciously puffs up his chest as he gives Sabrina a thumbs up. I mean, the festival's almost here, right? Every year we hold a special brokers fair and lay out all the best stuff we found over the course of the year. Most of it is just good stuff from the Green Zone. You come to the right place, dear customers. Wow! No wonder this place is so crowded. Perhaps did Qiuhua come here for the fair too? The busiest time of the fair is still a while off. Once it officially opens in a few days' time, every single bit of empty space here will be stuffed full of people. You see that half-built stage over there? They're setting it up for the opening ceremony. Once it's built, things will be ready to kick off. The owner looks up at the semi-assembled platform, and he can't help his face from creasing with a smile. It seems you're really looking forward to the opening. Will there be a special performance on that day? A performance? Yeah, right. As if anyone would care about that nonsense. On that day, the stuff that the inspector hand out will be the real show. Cheese blocks? Glass pieces? Everything. Food, spices, medicines, clothes, you name it, is all there. It's a half full of years worth of living supplies, only for permanent residents like us. During this time in the previous years, the owner suddenly lowers his voice. We already have our supplies on hand by this time last year. The auspicious day that the management committee decided on this year is later on, so the opening ceremony is also delayed until that day rolls around. It's apparently some kind of superstition or feng shui business, but I got my doubts. Let me make Discord shut up. There we go. Whoops, I said too much. After noticing a squad of uniformed security guards walking towards him, the owner immediately shows up. Shuts up. What I'm saying is, since we've all waited an entire year for this, what's a few days more? In any case, welcome to my stall, miss. Would you like anything? Even if you don't have it in stock, feel free to ask. I'd be happy to recommend a suitable place to you. Well, I like the cheese you have here, but something urgent just came up. Sabrina looks away from the stall's owner's eager gaze and quickly pushes Groza elsewhere. Hey, Intrinsic, how's it going? Workers' fairs like this are a rare sight in the Yellow Zone. Actually seeing one in the flesh is quite an eye-opener. It's hard to stay tense in an atmosphere like this. It's almost like a festival, in fact. Qiuhua, did she really go missing here? I don't see anything around that could threaten a tactical doll. Groza scans her surroundings. They're surrounded by people moving goods, people decorating their stalls, people browsing through set stalls, and the air is filled with life and cheeriness that she hasn't seen in a while. This place is too big. We need to be more efficient. I'll inquire at those stalls over there. I'll leave this place to you, Sabrina. Remember to stay in touch. Once we finish scouting out our assigned areas, we'll head back to meet up with the commander. Don't worry about it. Leave the matter of the cheese aside for now. Groza lightly pats Sabrina on the back, then turns and leaves without looking back. Looks angry looking downwards. I should have used that one instead of the one I just used. But I forgot about it. As the sun suddenly slowly descends in the western sky, the shadows of the crowd slowly begins to elongate. Commander, we're back! How did it go? Did you hear anything about Qiuhua? It's just like the reports from before. The security settlement is quite good, and the stall holders at this fair are more relaxed when talking to us. Their wariness is lower, and they seem to be working together to focus on sales. Security is being handled by those patrolling guards. Yeah, I did. Unfortunately, there was no news about Qiuhua, and while this might not be relevant, I'm somewhat concerned about that festive trade fair. It's only enough for 90 though, so I'm actually saving mine up. You mean the one that's going to begin in a few days? I saw posters for it nearby while I was looking for information. Yes, it seems this community has a tradition of holding a special trade fair. In the past, the residents would receive half a year's worth of daily necessities on the opening ceremony, so everyone's looking forward to the start of the trade fair. When's the next one for Girls Frontline 2? I'm pretty sure it's next week. However, what got my attention was the fact that the opening of this year's fair seems to have been delayed. I don't get it. What does this have to do with Qiuhua? Well, it's just an unfounded guess. I might be overthinking things. Commander, we need more time to make a breakthrough in this case. Is Qiuhua alright? She hasn't responded to our calls or texts. What exactly happened to her? Sabrina pulls up the text log. The last one was sent 43 hours ago. Something big happened. Wait for me. Qiuhua, aka Hawk. It's been 43 hours. If only her most recent coordinates were more precise. She's a big girl. She couldn't be hiding anywhere around here. Oh yeah, she's big, alright. Sabrina looks down at her communicator. The gray dot representing Qiuhua's location does not move, and its stillness seemed to be a little oppressive. Worrying about her won't do us any good. We need to find her ASAP. That'll answer all of our questions. If we're stuck in Lviv for a year, that'd be pretty funny. I kinda doubt that though. It'll be fine, Sabrina. Have some faith in Qiuhua. Considering she could survive in the Yellow Zone by herself for all these years, I think she can look after herself for a few days even if she ran into a bit of trouble. Let's focus on gathering information here. That said, we need to be careful. Pose as fairgoers from the outside, and don't draw the attention of the local police again. Yep. Qiuhua will be fine. Right? Pretty Springfield. Flashback. 12 hours ago. The Elmo suddenly breaks and abruptly wakes me from my nap. Outside the windows, an unknown light source is slowly brightening the sky. Commander, did we disrupt your sleep? We're almost at our destination. According to our planned route, we're still a short distance away. I'm trying to figure out why we stopped. The door to the office room opens, and then Mei Ling and Sabrina enters inside. Commander, are we there yet? Qiuhua. Commander! Is it me? Or are there tons of vehicles up ahead? Am I seeing things? Is my sanity sleeping because I pulled too many all-nighters? Yeah. I don't want this. I'm still young. Mei Ling, I don't think you're seeing things. Rosa pulls up the radar display, and a big screen is filled with densely packed blips representing various vehicles. They're spreading out in a fan shape, moving slowly and erratically. Most of these vehicles are still operational, and I don't hear any sounds of fighting, so it's probably not a traffic accident caused by a firefight. If I'm not wrong, this looks like a traffic jam, Commander. Oh, so it's a traffic jam. Thank goodness. I thought I was seeing... Huh? What? Wait, a traffic jam? In the Yellow Zone? Mei Ling lifts her head with a dazed look on her face, then pinches her cheeks. That hurt. But no, I'm not dreaming. I didn't know you could get traffic jams in places other than the green zone. It's hard to believe, but considering we're in an unregulated area with no traffic laws, once traffic volume exceeds the design capacity of the local roads, in the absence of people to direct traffic and adding on weather issues, traffic jams are a definite possibility. There's no way around them in the wasteland. Commander, we can't drive the MCV into a situation like this. We'll need to change our mode of transportation to reach our destination. How about our jeeps? Before that, let's verify our current information, Rosa. Yes, Commander. Groza removes the radar image from the vehicles and rearranges the main display, centering a single line of big text. Something big happened. Wait for me. Qiuhua, aka Hawk. 24 hours ago, Type 97S, or Qiuhua, as she is now known, lost contact after sending a message to us and Aminda. She was scheduled to rendezvous with us imminently. Subsequently, Amida contacted us, asking for help. Qiuhua's last known location was at the cornice up ahead, inside a settlement called Darksteel Farm. Zoom in on Darksteel Farm and pull up any annotations you might have. Yes, Commander. According to the intel provided by Aminda, while this settlement is called a farm, it no longer has any agricultural capability, being a legacy title from before the war. It was abandoned for a long time before being taken over by a group known as the Management. It is currently one of the most secure regions in the Yellow Zone. And dogs can still go missing in such a secure place. Ugh, seem worse than people going missing in lawless areas. The ops room door opens and a newcomer slides into our discussion. Well, this is the Yellow Zone after all. The fact that these settlements are still standing at all is a minor miracle. And to be fair, Darksteel Farm is quite well known among its brokers. Harry, what are you doing here? I came to see if I could help out. I dare say my knowledge on the Yellow Zone is second to none. Don't worry about me, Commander. Keep going through the intel. So that's the geography of the farm. It's in a good place. It has cliffs on 3 sides, making it very defensible. Definitely a good place for settlement. Perhaps that's why they rebuilt it after it was abandoned. So you're saying we had to assault them on the side with a comparatively gentle slope? The side that is currently clogged up with vehicles? I don't think the situation is serious enough that we had to mount a frontal assault. The management has set up a security checkpoint at the Soul Pass leading up to the farm. Anyone with an entry permit obtained from a broker or a sufficiently well-known faction can enter after passing through their inspection. You ever forgot how Sabrina maintained ammo? Springfield called her. And then Sabrina came over. That's like the long and short of it. An entry permit? I think I might have some friends who done business with Darksteel before. They might be able to help. Want me to try hitting them up? No need for that. Aminda already applied to get some for us. Their entry guidelines also state that pretty much all forms of heavy weaponry are prohibited within Darksteel Farm. Also, the number of combat-capable dolls allowed to enter the settlement is limited, as you can see on the screen. That's all the intel we have, Commander. So, please. A loud alert fills the air and a comms request from Aminda fills the main screen, interrupting Groza's words. Commander, it's from Aminda. Put her through. Hello, Qiuhua's Commander. Oh, hey, Miss Perry here's too. Thanks for the help during the race. I'm glad everyone made it out safely. I'm guessing that you've already reached Darksteel Farm by now. I became a little frantic because Qiuhua's signal suddenly vanished. I only remembered some details later. Once I was able to calm down, I'm glad you guys haven't headed out yet. We still have time, Aminda. Don't worry. Take your time. Okay. I've already transferred Qiuhua's affiliation to Lielmo. Darksteel Farm has tons of rules and regulations, so I think that'll help you get her back more easily. Got it. Thank you. Also, I also have one more piece of news. Aminda lowers her head, looking for something. Found it. Darksteel Farm has its own currency, so visitors have to go through a currency exchange to trade resources for a virtual currency called contribution points. Oh, so, crypto. Before they make purchases. So please prepare ahead of time if you plan to rest and resupply inside the settlement. That sounds very similar to the Green Zone credits to me. Each region has its own independent credits, but I always thought everyone would stick to class pieces or starter skull and contamination zones like the underground brokers do. Yep. Trades in class pieces do exist, but it's only for large-scale transactions between the management and underground brokers. All goods in the farm belong to the farm, and the residents the residents earn contribution points through their labor, which they exchange for the items they need to survive. That system is similar to how things work in the safe zones, but don't confuse that place with the actual satellite city. It's a Yellow Zone settlement through and through. Here's crypto. Are all minor events unvoiced? For the most part, yeah. There's only like one minor event that was actually voiced, and that was like one of the super early ones. Beyond that one, they have all been unvoiced. Even though they said that they wanted to be voiced, they just haven't done it. Aminda raises her head again and looks at us. Right, that's all the intel I have. I won't take up any more of your time, so please go find Qiuhua ASAP. She is a capable assistant and a good friend of mine. If I just have more manpower on my side. Well, that's enough about that. In any case, I'm leaving it to you. Hope she comes back safely. Make sure to buy Frontline coin. After we exchange farewells, Aminda ends the transmission. Your orders, Commander. Since the security situation there is fairly stable and our objective is to just find Qiuhua, we'll mount up while keeping a low profile and aim to settle things as quickly as we can. Rosa and Sabrina will accompany me through the farm security checkpoint. Everyone else will stand by on the Yellow. Are you not taking me, Commander? I want to help too! Parrot raises her arms and hops around to get my attention. I reach out and pat her head. The comm situation on Elmo is better, and staying aboard will allow you to better leverage your intel advantage. Don't worry, you'll be helping me. Well, if you say so, Commander. Commander, the Jeep is ready. We can head out anytime. 10 hours ago. The Jeep emerges from the massive milling vehicles like a ragged lion escaping a stampede of crazed wild beasts before coming to a halt. Covered by searchlights and gun muzzles, the crowd reluctantly forms up into a line. Model accompanied dolls. Number of accompanied dolls. Weapon scan authorization. Form completed and sent. Commander, I've finished filing the pre-inspection form. Now we have to head over to the checkpoint. Looks like we'll be queuing up for a while. Rosa looks at the electronic sign in front of her. Estimated waiting time, 30 minutes. Ah, it's like going to a restaurant, huh? Wow, this is nothing like the rest of the Yellow Zones. Is it because there are tons of people here? Things here seem pretty stable. Maybe even prosperous? There's a harshness behind that prosperity. Normal settlements wouldn't impose such rigorous security checks. The half-ending is kind of redundant in the way of plot progression. I agree. Yeah, by that I assume you mean the Springfield event. Yeah, the Springfield event is won't lie, it was a good character story, but I was surprised that a major event was kind of like a filler patch, to be honest. That's kind of what it came off of at the end of the day. Green zone amusement parks are also strictly vetted, but amusement parks don't have the gun turrets flanking the entrance. Rosa looks up at the menacing gun barrels towering over her. Looks like they've got the whole line in Infiltrating. How exciting. I'm kind of curious, do they have the habit of breaking their security checkpoints with gunfire? Yeah, like, it had like a little bit of overarching plot, but for the most part, it felt disjointed, I guess is the best way to put it. Obviously, it's in the timeline somewhere, but it's like, it's somewhere. That's like the worst part about it, like, it's somewhere in there. Rosa doesn't respond, only looking at the gun turrets once again. Estimated waiting time, 15 minutes. Ah, we're almost there. The closer we get to the checkpoint, the more guards there are. There were hardly any people maintaining order when we were further away just now. Looks like they're concentrating their defenses around their home ground. Hello and welcome to the Darksteel Farm. Please have your entry permits ready for presentation. Before you enter the checkpoint, I will need to vet your pre-inspection forms. There's no need to stop. Please continue moving forward. Versa displays the entry permit that Aminda has presented for them. Or requested for them. Proceed. One moment, please. A long, silent wait follows. Excuse me, is it done yet? Did you lose network connection or something? My apologies, but we have many visitors at the moment and some delays are to be expected. Please understand. There's something strange about that last part, like there's some kind of unspoken, bizarre, passive-aggressiveness brewing in the background. Rosa, Sabrina. Sensing something wrong, I quietly whisper a warning to them. Commander, what do you need me for? What do you need me to do? Understood. Huh? Rosa realizes what I'm getting at and tucks her hands away without changing her expression, ready for battle. There's no voiceover. Yeah, there's no voiceover. It's a minor event. Estimated waiting time, 5 minutes. The guards usher the people ahead of us into the checkpoint. Sabrina begins getting uneasy too. Commander, is it me, or are there more and more guards around us? Sabrina sidles up next to me and asks me quietly, though there's still a hint of naive hope in her voice. Sorry to keep you waiting. A pair of gun muzzles suddenly appear from behind the guard, and the sound of turret machinery actuating comes from above us. Grossa moves to stand in front of me. Your entry permits have been frozen for confidential reasons. We politely request that you cooperate with our investigations. Their personal dolls and weapons will be impounded for the time being. Should there be a misunderstanding, they will be returned to you shortly. Yeah? You're taking us away? Where to? Potential hostiles incoming. Commander, your orders, please. I see people moving within checkpoint, and more guards begin stepping outside. Guided by the guards, the people around us in the queue begin distancing themselves from us to move over to more distant inspection counters. The steadily widening gap they leave around us is filled by the guards erecting portable barriers. I look up at the turrets above us, which seem to be taking aim. Now, fall back. Estimated waiting time, 0 minutes. I don't know, we got a lot of filler dolls. Or there is a decent feeling that we won't get Lena until after we get Leva, because Lena's character story, which is considered a main story, is after Deep Oblivion. Which makes sense from a gameplay standpoint as well, because Lena kind of needs, or I should say Lena, but Leva kind of needs Lena in order to be activated to full power. They're like a pairing together. Masai Shimo? Rosa, we're going to crash. We only just got out of the Jeep. Ah! Relax. A sharp turn is followed by a mad dash. What should we do? What should we do? They're still chasing us. My shoe won't last much longer. Sudden braking is followed by rapid acceleration. Before the inertia can fling us out of the vehicle, Sabrina and I get slammed back into our seats. The traffic outside is heavy. It'll snort them up too. They won't be able to pursue us for long. Keep it up for 30 more seconds. Okay. The Jeep performs several nimble twists and turns before leaving the whole mess behind it. Looks like we lost him. Commander, Groza, you're amazing. A blinking light representing an incoming transmission comes in. It's from the Elmo. I reach out and accept the transmission. Commander, I'm seeing your Jeep coming back. Did something happen? There was a small issue. Our entry permits were frozen and we were nearly detained by the checkpoint security. We just shook off their pursuit. Looks like going in through the front door isn't an option. You called out a small issue? You're so cool, Commander. We'll need to find another way into the settlement. Harry, use your contacts in the almost comms here and think of something. Is Andres required to play electric? No. But she's one of the best choices for it. But she's not required, no. The enabler is going to be Lena with her key. But she needs her key. It's a big thing. I'll take Rosa and Sabrina with me to scout the surroundings. Between us, we might be able to come up with a plan. The settlement was built over a set of ruins, so keep an eye out for pre-existing ventilation ducts, water pipes, and signs of remaining infrastructure. I refuse to believe they managed to seal everything off when they built the settlement. Got it. I'll work on it right away. And without her key, Lena is useless. So I kind of wonder how they're going to handle that. Because the best choice would be to release her with her key. Because without it, she's bad. I lean back into my seat, calming my racing heartbeat and respiration. We should get started too. "6 hours ago. Commander, our drones found an abandoned passage. It looks like a sewer from a long time ago. It might be able to bypass a checkpoint and allow access to the settlement. Send the details over." Harry sends the footage and coordinates from the recon drone. Our drones only managed to penetrate a short way into the passage because there's a drainage grate inside. There's a lot of stuff caught on the grate too, so this is all we can get. A dog could probably tear through it if they went in, though. It is nearby. That's good. Commander, Sabrina and I can head in to scout the path. Alright, let's move out.
これもみんなのおかげだ。
Yeah, she was supposed to be released early, but they have been holding off on units that are bad because they know they won't sell. So they're trying to fix them first before they're released on the global side. Yeah, that's why we didn't get Zhang Yu either. Because Zhang Yu, I want to say she's actually the worst S rank in the game right now. The worst elite doll in the game right now. Like, I want to say she is because she has, like, no place. And then after that, it's probably, well, it's like a big gap after that. Frame self-diagnostics complete. System self-diagnostics complete. Attempting to connect to a local area network failed. Accessing neural cloud backup failed. Selecting new neural log destination directory. Neural cloud will be backed up to a local destination. Confirmed. SSD 62D Qiuhua. The thing is, Qiuhua is actually one of the best characters in the game. So, the alpha is just bonus. This interview session regarding your involvement with multiple theft incidents will be conducted under the supervision of the inspector and 3 on-duty representatives. Please be aware that your statements are admissible in a court of law. Do you fully understand the preceding statement as it has been presented to you? Yes, you already told me last time. An image is projected on the wall and Qiuhua looks at it. A pair of tactical dolls flank a human in body armor as they slowly retreat from an encirclement of security troopers. The situation looks precarious. Qiuhua's attention is drawn to the silver-haired doll, who seems to be at a loss for what to do next. Then she quickly glances at the other doll and then the human that they're both protecting. She stares at them for a long time until her attention is drawn away by the head interrogator. Do you know the people in this image? I can't be sure. Did they come to link up with you? I can't be sure. No, wait, even if I did know them, they'd only be here to pick me up. What's this nonsense about linking up with me? Your statement indicates that these people are similar to others that you know. Is that true? Do you know who they are? I maintain my right to silence. You guys have that here, right? Do you or do you not know their plan and route of withdrawal? Nope. If you told them where the stolen goods are placed. That's a leading question. I don't know anything about those stolen goods or whatever. Let's move back to you. Do you have any collaborators? Collaborators? Say what? Obviously she isn't going to get an answer. After a brief silence, a voice interrupts the questioning. Swarming at V1 is a massive jump, is the thing. Like, there are some dolls where if you go to V1, their kit just feels way more complete than it is at V0. The thing is, though, that for Swami, even at V0, she felt complete, but V1 just makes her diabolically strong until Springfield. Inspector, I have something to say. It's important. It's urgent. The speaker is so excited that his voice cracks a little, but Qiuhua can just barely make out the voice owner. Qiuhua's eyes light up. Chief Yura? Are you over there? I think I heard your voice. Sit down, Yura. It is not your place to speak. Hey, yo! It's that dude! That looks like the other dudes! From, like, all those other places. I have evidence. My people found some new evidence. The loudspeaker cuts off with a beep, leaving only the sound of electrical humming and crackling to echo inside the room. John Game. Yura? Hello, I can't hear you guys. Do you mind expanding a bit more and coming closer to the camera? Like, just like a little bit closer? It'd be pretty nice. Hello? Hello? Hey, are you listening to me? Silence engulfs the room. Qiuhua looks at the one-way mirror and she has a vague idea about what might be happening on the other side, but it's beyond her reach. You gotta get closer. Comms check. He looks like Leon from Resident Evil. Yeah, we got a lot of Leons in here then. Commander, this is Groza and Sabrina. I read you. The beam from my headlamp barely manages to illuminate the ground at my feet, but it also makes the fathomless darkness all the more sinister. Groza can hear the echoes of her voice and her footsteps. We just cut through 2 layers of the grate, and we've made it to the tunnel. There seems to be more than one path through here, and I can feel the movement in the air. I think there's another opening here. We haven't encountered any enemies so far. We're continuing towards the center of the settlement, but it seems a little too quiet. What are the conditions inside the temple? We're seeing signs of limescale and traces of sedimentation. Harry's guess was right. This was probably part of the draining system, just abandoned for a long time. The insides are pretty flat, and the atmospheric sensors aren't picking up anything unusual. Looks like things are going more smoothly than expected. Don't get careless. Stay alert and carry on. Understood. The transmission ends. Groza, what do you mean when you said It seems a little too quiet. Isn't that a good thing? Doubt starts creeping into Sabrina's voice. Why would they overlook a tunnel this size? It's not like it's a smaller drain. The people on the surface are well equipped, but they didn't fortify or harden an obvious opening like this. I find it hard to believe that this was just an oversight by the settlement's leadership. Since when was our luck ever this good? Yeah, you're right, but what could it mean? Maybe there's some reason that they don't need to defend this place. Or perhaps setting up defenses were too costly. I just want she can kind of punch a boulder now. Yeah, just boulder punch William. Huh? Wait, does that mean this place is dangerous? Wah! I'm starting to get goosebumps. Rosa suddenly comes to a halt. What happened? Did you hear something? Yeah, I heard ooh-ah. That's what I heard. I might be imagining things. No, you should come listen to it too. Sabrina stops and tilts her head attentively. Nope, don't hear a thing. Sabrina pulls a small device out of her frame's internal storage. I made this audio amplifier myself. Maybe I'll hear something when I hook it up. The gentle breeze blows through and carries with it a quiet sound that, like some kind of ephemeral wailing. I think I heard something. It sounds like human speech. Rosa, this is the physical world, right? Ghosts and such? They don't exist, right? Human speech? What are they saying? Probably, yeah. William and Wesker even has glasses. Well, Wesker has shades. But I can totally see William putting on shades. I'll try and listen in. Help me? Help me? Well, it's definitely human speech. Ah, it's coming closer to us. A quiet cry for help. The sound of something heavy dragging across the ground. Footsteps gradually resolving into clarity. Cut your lights and hug the wall now. What? Yeah? What's happened all of a sudden? Too late! Before she can finish, a swift gust of wind rushes past Sabrina's legs. Ah! What's all these elites doing here? Prepare for battle. I think a Resident Evil collab would actually work out very well. It would not be my first choice though. I think the craziest collab that Frontline could do, and it'll work totally fine, thanks to the rules that they set up, is Doctor Who. So Ghost Frontline and Doctor Who. I think that'd be hilarious. Rosa takes down the last of the elites. Finally, was that the last one? Can I turn off my lights now? Can I turn my lights on now? I'm turning them on. That person calling for help. She's still alive. Miss, you alright now? Are you hurt? Keep Doctor Who out. Ghost Frontline 1 and Ghost Frontline 2. The woman in question is collapsed. Actually, there is wormholes in GS. There is dimensional stuff. Because I remember Metal Gear Survive. Oh man, Metal Gear Survive was so silly. But yeah, Metal Gear Survive is the reason why there are wormholes and different dimensions. The woman in question is collapsed on the ground, her eyes drift around unfocusedly, and then she suddenly erupts into an ear-piercing shriek. Ah! We beat up all the bad guys, it's okay. Stay back! Miss, you're hurt. Do you need help? We're dolls, not elites. Rena tries to smile in a disarming way as much as possible. Rosa tugs on Sabrina's sleeve and shakes her head imperceptibly. Don't ask me! I don't know! I don't know! I don't know! Her wailing trails off into silence. Miss? Miss? Oh no, she's passed out. Is it from blood loss? What should we do now? I'll try to stop the bleeding. Sabrina pulls a first aid kit from her frame's internal storage. Rosa quickly triags the woman's injuries. Then she glances towards the direction of the elites and the woman have come from. The signs of drag marks are immediately obvious. Most of the blood loss is from gunshot wounds. Her abrasions aren't too severe, and she was only dragged for a short distance. If we could follow them back to their source, perhaps their origin is also our destination. Are we bringing her with us while we do that? Moving while carrying a casualty is kind of difficult. Sabrina, you stay here and care for her. Back me up if needed. Sabrina just stuffs the survivor into her frame. I'll head out for a bit before coming back. I'll only be gone for 20 minutes. It won't be far and the rest should be manageable. Oh, but that's so dangerous. If you run into elites again. Sabrina meets Groza's gaze and swallows the words she's about to say. Okay, I got it. Still, don't push yourself too hard and come back soon. 20 minutes later. I receive a comms request from Groza while I sit in the Jeep. Groza, how's it looking? Commander, we found an entrance to the settlement. However, something unexpected happened. Groza briefly described what happened. Got it. So that wounded lady is out of danger for the moment, but she can't be moved easily either. Is that it? Yes, Commander. Should we bring her back to the Yalmo? We can't be sure if she's an ally or an enemy, and we don't know about Qiuhua's condition. Rosa, Sabrina, wait there for a bit. I'll meet up with you, and then we'll enter the settlement together. As for the wounded woman, I'll have Kofi and Veplik look after her. We'll decide our next move once she regains consciousness. Understood. Our first day of searching for Qiuhua on a trade fair ends in failure. We discuss our next move after meeting up. We go investigate another location. While a few places are as populated as a trade fair, we might be able to learn something new. Or maybe we could walk around the fair again. We've only gone around the place once, so we might have missed something. Sabrina looks over the trade fair again. There are eye-catching mascots everywhere, and while the decorations aren't too fancy, they're enough to dazzle the eye. The vendor and the customers just keep pouring in, making the environment more and more complex with each passing moment. Let me think. Man, it is a heavy. Rosa's warning is drowned out by the roar of the engines. All I see is her mouth moving and the crowd beginning to move. The vendors don't look nervous. Why is that? Rosa freezes up for a moment, then begins surveying her surroundings without saying a word. Frontline and aliens. Not a bad idea. I wouldn't say it's bad. The nearby merchants don't look afraid. In fact, they're smiling. Indeed, this kind of noise usually precedes a bandit raid. In other settlements, merchants would have started packing up their stalls by now. Yes, the expedition team! The expedition team has returned! I heard that the road running in front of the warehouse was under repair recently, so the expedition team is detouring through here. Friend, when you say expedition, what exactly are you talking about? Oh, are you a customer from the outside? You'll see a bunch of heavily armed guys passing through here in a bit. They're the expedition forces of our Darksteel farm. Don't worry, dear customer. They're not here for involuntary assets transfers. We don't operate like people on the outside. Look, their convoy actually is passing through. It's your lucky day. You get to see our expedition team leader in the flesh. That doesn't happen often. Their expeditions usually go on for a really long time. In the past, Leader Garen, Demacia! Leader Garen would bring his boys back in just a few days. But recently they've been gone for up to 2 weeks at a time. Yeah, good thing they made it back in a timely manner. I bet they got lots of good stuff with them. This is a good sign. The roar of engines gradually dies down, and everyone turns to look in the same direction. A convoy of jeeps and heavy bikes slowly cruises by. The convoy is led by a big motorcycle. Its rider is a massive man in full combat gear who casually steering his ride with one hand while waving with the other. His response seems to excite the surrounding vendors, who begin to shout and cheer. You might not know this, but the reason why we can set up here without having to worry about anything is because the leader, Garen, and his boys go out and collect supplies for us. In fact, it's thanks to leader Garen's valiant efforts that this festive trade fair is even possible in the first place. It's every man for himself on the outside, right? And here, everyone has a job and we do it. The expedition team finds stuff and we sell it. Yeah, life's easy for us because everyone does their part. Still, the hardest working people on the farm are Inspector Leo and Expedition Leader Garen. Yup, it's gotta be Inspector Leo and Expedition Leader Garen. No doubt about it, it's those two. Why aren't you inquiring further, dear customer? Aren't you the least bit curious about these big shots of ours? How can we keep praising them if you don't ask us about them? Go on. The vendor seems to be a bit of high spirits that it actually comes off as a little oppressive to the dolls. Okay, so why does everyone like him so much anyway? No, it's nothing special really. It's just because that they built Darksteel Farm with their own hands, brought everyone together. and distributed the work among all of us. That's all. That's right, and they built our checkpoint, laid down the settlement guidelines, made sure they came back from all their expeditions with something to show for them, and enriched all of our lives with a fair and well-planned system of distributing resources. Simple as that. I wouldn't call that simple, but whatever. The vendors are all smiles as they look expectantly at the dolls. Why are you looking at me? Are you waiting for me to say something? Let me see. I see, your inspector and team leader sound like great people. Bringing Sabrina along was the right decision. The vendors seem satisfied with that. Just then, there is movement from the other side of the trade fair. A man escorted by uniformed guards head towards the expedition convoy. The vendors' attention are drawn to the newcomer. Oh hey, the inspectors come to welcome the expedition back. You sure are lucky, dear customers. You get to see both our prominent figures at once. That's pretty good, right? Since our big shots get along, the rest of us can live in peace. I heard that in the past they were bounty hunters, or they were both bounty hunters who befriended each other. Their friendship is older than this settlement. Both contingents make contact, and from where I'm standing, I can see the expedition leader take off his mask and laugh heartily. The inspector and the expedition leader clap each other on the shoulders, and their mouths move, but their words are drowned out by the surrounding noise. Rosa, can you get closer? Try and eavesdrop on what they're saying. Rosa nods and blends into the silent crowd. Shortly afterwards, the groups head away from the trade fair together, and Rosa returns to my side. They were just exchanging greetings. The inspector seems to be asking about their casualty status, and the expedition leader replied, "We're all hands at this, so we didn't lose anyone. It was a milk run. You, on the other hand, you better speak up if you're having any difficulties. We both know how things have been for the past 2 years." It doesn't sound like anything special. Is all this stuff we're learning going to help us find Qiuhua? It doesn't seem relevant right now. Perhaps we need to change our approach. Let me think. Right, back to work. Seeing the inspector and expedition leader made me feel like they needed to do my part too. The festive trade fair is our battleground. That's right, we need to lock in too. I'll keep an eye on my stall. The Neon isn't going to take a single gram away from me. Even if a Bujin comes, it won't get anything from me either. What's the area again on OBS? I'd rather lose Bujins. I'd rather lose Bujins stay away forever. Well, even if one does turn up, I'm sure Expedition Leader Garen can deal with it, right? Or that he beat 100 Elites to death when he was outside with his bare hands. What? Can humans even do that? Why not? That's what all those pulp novels from circulating in the forum say. Granted, I haven't actually seen him do it in person, but it's gotta be grounded in reality. There's gotta be some basis to it, right? It's just a black screen. Did you use, well, what source are you using? Are you using window or game capture? Still haven't heard about anyone being robbed by Neon recently. My nephew's in the guards, and they say they've caught a suspect for being a Neon. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. Maybe there won't be any more robberies from now on. You can catch something like that? Mungle's in the assistant team. He says it's an immortal monster that comes and goes without a trace and only goes to sleep in spring. I have no idea what they've been talking about since just now. Me neither, Sabrina. Yeah, in that case, I would need to see your setup then. Which we can't do here. So I guess you could put it on Discord. Oh, it's a okay, it's a CBT, that's why. Yeah, sometimes when you do like beta stuff, it may not actually work and you have to like try other methods in OBS. That's a bit more niche. What Intrinsic says can work sometimes. What's the Neon? Is it some kind of new Elid? I'm not too sure, but apparently one's been captured, and Qiuhua went missing around the same time. It's worth looking into. The Neon sounds kind of familiar. Now, who mentioned it before? Was it Mei Ling? I think Mei Ling told me a story about it in the past. A light snow has been falling outside back then, and the seasons seem to match up. Meh. Why not just ask him directly? These vendors seem like nice people. Surely they'll tell us all about it, right? Green decides to ask them about the Neon. The Neon? Well, you don't need to worry about it, dear customer. Looks like it was actually a thief mucking about. I never heard of it going after outsiders before. That expedition team uncle of mine said that it comes out to cause trouble when winter gives way to spring, and it goes back to sleep once spring comes. What, is it Bigfoot? Hang in there, it won't be long. The festive trade fair is coming, and so is spring. Like they say in the farm. Stronger and stronger each spring, aha! This Neon sounds like a marvelous beast. Is your uncle an expert in such things? Nah. All the stuff about the Neon was collected by his pals in the expedition team from data chips they found outside. It's just that recently we've been losing stuff here and there, and it fit the description of the Neon monster causing trouble. Utter nonsense. What is all this rubbish about monsters? If you ask me, it's the fault of those trash collectors. The Neon is IDW. My nephew and the guards have been doing extra shifts because of them for a long time now. They changed patrols and apparently they found weird tracks because where those trash collectors live. Personally, I think it was done by some horrible UMA or something. I mean, we're in the contamination zone. I wouldn't be surprised if there were rare mutants running around. There's no getting through the occult freaks like you. As if you're any better, where's your proof, you conspiracy theorist? Huh. Thanks, guys. We'll take our leave then. The vendors began arguing with each other and pay no heed to us. Sabrina breathes a sigh of relief as she backs away. She then signals to Groza and me, indicating that we should follow her. However, in her relief, Sabrina has not yet realized that a squad of patrolling guards is approaching us. Sabrina, look! Groza's warning comes too late. As Sabrina backs up, she crashes into the guards behind her. Nah, I'm sorry. It's alright, dear guest. Actually, we were looking for you. Would you mind coming with us? Could it be that you seen the doll we're looking for? I'm sorry, but I don't get your meaning. However, I'm sure you don't want to cause a big disturbance here. Am I right? Well, of course you don't want to make trouble, but... I mean, while you're in uniforms and look really convincing, blindly following strangers in the yellow zone is really dangerous. I'll need a more convincing reason to go with you. Oh no, they want her thickness. Rosa looks at me, and then after seeing me nod, she indicates that Sabrina doesn't need to stall them. After all, rather than triumphs around trying our luck, I'd rather place my faith in this chance of turning our situation around. Who knows, we might end up finding a new clue. It's alright, Sabrina. Please, lead the way, gentlemen. The guard squad leader nods and takes us to a place on the outskirts of the fair. There are empty stalls around us and the lights are off. There are signs reading, "Preparing for the fair" nearby. We apologize for interrupting your shopping, but received an anonymous report from a stall owner. Apparently you've been browsing the fair for several hours but haven't purchased anything. Is that true? The guard's polite but suspicious gaze fall on our empty hands. We simply want you to understand the wares that are on offer at your trade fair in order to optimize our financial expenditures and acquire everything at once. And since the festive fair hasn't officially opened yet, I believe we ought to have some time to consider our purchases. Are we not free to do that? I see, that is the most sensible explanation. However, according to that anonymous report, you, specifically these two dolls, did not ask any questions about what our sales personnel were selling. You only just arrived here, so being curious about unfamiliar things is unavoidable. These questions are also meant to help us determine the length of our stay and the reliability of your merchandise. Let's see. Perhaps it was just a misunderstanding. Yeah, funny enough, I got pizza as well. However, we are compelled to do our due diligence. And thus, I must remind you that, according to the farm resident regulations, any personal inquiries, eavesdropping, and other such activities that are not sanctioned by the farm management is considered illegal. Interesting. That is very vague. Any personal inquiries or eavesdropping. Like, hey, have we seen my kid? Arrest him! Repeat offenders will be banished from the farm and permanently barred from entry. Surely you must have heard that when passing through the security checkpoint. I urge you to keep that in mind and avoid doing this again. Nah. Being permanently barred from entry sounds pretty stiff. Well, that's a stroke of bad luck. I exchanged glances with Rosa. I see. We will keep that in mind. Now then, please show us your entry permits. This interaction constitutes a first warning. Only to verify your entry permit serial number and ensure that said warning has been logged. An entry permit? Sabrina saw out to me and nervously asked me a question. Come closer, Sabrina. Commander, our entry permits, they don't work, right? I mean, if even asking around is illegal, then what are they going to think our illegal immigration like what we just did? You think they'll dump us off the side of the cliff? I passed Sabrina's back to console her while I observed their surroundings. We're on the edges of the fate fair, and the cold wind is blowing wildly through the empty stalls. There are drifts of unclear gray-white snow piled up against the walls. Even if we make a ruckus, I doubt it'll draw much attention. I give Grossa a meaningful look. Certainly, my permit's right here. I make a show of reaching into my backpack and the guards focus their attention on me. Rosa is ready to strike. There you go. The guard squad leader reflexively reaches out to take my permit. I grab his hand and immediately put his arm into a lock. The other guards are taken completely by surprise. Rosa, knock him out. Will do. Rosa seizes the opportunity I've created while I yank the guard leader away from his squad. Sabrina, back Rosa up. Eh? Just like that? Sorry, Mr. Guard, but right now, I need to assure our freedom of movement. No, hang on a bit. I want to top off my battery. Do your best, Rosa. We've already beaten half the enemies. Sabrina, that's called supporting. Let's go, everyone. We're drawn towards... Sabrina? Chocolate. I'm listening. We can break out in that direction, right? Make sure you protect the commander. What's that in our draw direction? Is that an ice sculpture? How interesting. A device? Doesn't look like one. Perhaps we should check it out and see if we get the chance. I need to pee, but yeah, I guess we'll take a look. Alright, time to pee. Doesn't have a shit bucket. What the fuck? I heard of piss bottles, but not shit buckets. Ordinary guards are no match for tactical dolls. However, the day's guards soon regained their bearings. It's a squad 3! This is squad 3! Not good, stop him. One of the guards is holding a communicator. Grocer runs towards him. A laser dot flickers across her back. I turn to the stray guard who's apparently slit the net and kick his gun away. Run up west side of the market. Send. Something whistles through the air, and a spatula smashes it into the guard's communicator, sending it flying. Stop! It's all a misunderstanding! A loud voice rings out from the distance. Everyone pauses for a moment, which is long enough for the girl who shouted to run up to us. Qiuhua? The newcomer picks up the spatula and smiles breezily at us. Indeed, this is Type 97S, Qiuhua, whom we haven't seen in a while. Yo, what's up, my old crumbs? Qiuhua, you're okay. But then why didn't you tell us? You scared my parts off. Spring steps up and gives Qiuhua a warm hug. Ah yes, titty buddies. Qiuhua gently pats Sabrina on the back, then winks at me before gently extracting herself from Sabrina's arms and turning to the guard. Sorry about that, bro. Here's our permit. This is my commander. We were operating separately for a bit, but our signal was cut off. They panicked and forgot how things worked. Qiuhua produces her entry permit and hands it to the guard squad leader. Don't worry, we'll follow the rules from now on. Assaulting an officer is also a violation of the rules. No, come on, can you just let it slide? If they're passed out, I'll just shake them awake. How about that? I mean, it's not like anyone died, right? See? No serious injuries, just a missing arm and a missing leg there. This doesn't even count as an assault here in the yellow zone. Maybe an accident or something at most. You gonna wake people up? Let me help. After getting my approval, Sabrina and Grissa began helping Qiuhua with a cleanup to show our sincerity. What rubbish is this? You... Just then the communicator that's lying on the ground nearby connects automatically, and a distress call from another guard squad comes through. Looks like your guard friends are busy. It's festival and all. I mean, this is a key period at the trade fair when there are the most people around. So since we're all right here, we won't delay you guys any further. So what say you close an eye to this and we'll live our lives on a straight and narrow from now on. Doesn't that work out for everyone? The distress call from the communicator keeps going. The guard squad leader glares at Qiuhua, then grits his teeth and picks up Qiuhua's entry permit. Let me check your logs. So you were arrested and you were just released? Hey gamer, how's it going? Yeah, it was just a misunderstanding. Look, it says not guilty right there, doesn't it? Is Vector back? What's the second one? I don't think it was Vector. Yeah, I can't remember if it was, who was the actual second one. Someone in chat knows, for sure. You had way too many people here recently, so it's no wonder why these hiccups keep happening. Like this time around, for example, our commander here to make big guys at your festive trade fair, and he's all about peaceful coexistence. Definitely not here to make trouble. The guard captain is silent for a very long time. Clearly he doesn't want to deal with Qiuhua. What was the question? Yeah, so who was the second banner for this patch? Like, obviously the first one is Qiuhua, but who's the second one? Personally, I can't remember right now, because I didn't really pay attention to it. Fine then. The warning's been logged. Any future violations will result in a stiff penalty. Oh, is it Vector? Actually, it's Vector? Okay. Alright, okay, it's Vector. I think, yeah, I guess I don't care that much because I already have Vector. It's Raymond. The guard eyes us reproachfully. I hope you will all abide by the farm's rules from now on. Sure thing. Helping wish the rest of the boys a happy festival. Sorry for the trouble. I haven't played this game consistently at all. It can be a little tough too. To be completely honest, there's not a lot to do in this game. Like, you can play it every day, but there actually isn't a lot to do. The guard squad leader is forced to smile politely in response to Qiuhua's beaming grin, and then he goes to check on his downed men. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad thing either. I'm more or less just saying that, like, if it's difficult to play this game consistently, it's probably because it's that, you know? There's just not a lot to do. Qiuhua helps lift up the unconscious guards and hands them over to their comrades. Then she pats her chest with a chuckle. Yes, pat her giant chest. Whew. Would I have gotten out of this so easily if the guards weren't already so overworked? At last, Qiuhua looks me in the eye. Her smile hasn't changed much, but there's a strange emotion in her eyes, one which doesn't translate well into words. It feels like she's getting emotional. It's been a while, Commander. Her voice is softer than just now, with a hint of gentleness that's quite rare for her. Oh, and Sabrina and OTS-14? Glad to meet you. She's Groza. Just call him Groza from now on. It does look very comfortable. Agreed. Hello, Qiuhua. So our mission is to find Qiuhua. Our mission to find Qiuhua is complete. It went better than I expected. Qiuhua, I haven't seen you since you finished that job in the previous satellite city. How did you lose contact with us? When we get back, you had to tell me all about it. Making her feel more insignificant. Hey, at least Groza actually has stuff to do for this filler patch. As Sabrina grabs Qiuhua and begins to drag her away, Groza looks at me. Commander, will we be going back now? Or are we staying here for a bit longer? Well, since Qiuhua's entry permit passed muster, I think we can make proper purchases. And if we can shop, why not call the others over from the Elmo? Alright, take care, gamer. The festival is almost upon us, and Mei Ling's been looking forward to the shopping and celebration. Groza sighs and cleans the chair to be used again. Wait! Qiuhua tugs on Sabrina's arm, indicating that she should stop. Commander, please allow me to stay here for a few more days. I have some unfinished business that I need to take care of. Unfinished business? I can't talk about it here. Please follow me, everyone. Qiuhua's face grows serious as she looks at the nearby guards. I want to see a cook-off between Sabrina and Qiuhua. Kqiuhua probably wins, but who knows? The long winter night finally arrives in full by the time we reach the highland. Several gaunt workers are tying up strips of red cloth on their tents. Qiuhua says they're decorating for the festive trade fair. She leads us to the edge of the settlement, which is bordered by barren land. The disordered forms of ruined buildings are visible in the distance. This is it, let's go in. There are over a dozen tents around us, all lit up, which just barely serves to banish the darkness. Some of them have ornaments made of red paper on them. The lights inside the tents make them cast twisted shadows on the ground. Wobble and Nemesis. No, we don't want them teaming up. They'll just ruin all the food. Qiuhua brings us into one of these tents. I always laugh when I see this guy, man. They just use this so much. He always wears the same sweater too. Or is that a hoodie? I can't tell. It's probably a hoodie. And then there's only one other variant of this guy. It's the same outfit, but he has a hat. Looks like a bum. Qiuhua, oh, you're out? I heard you were released this afternoon. I just knew you'd be here. They do it for the lulz now. I hope that's the case, because it is funny. Chief Qiuhua, I thought I heard your voice over the interrogation room loudspeaker. Did you get me out of there? They were asking me a bunch of questions I had no clue about They were asking me a bunch of questions I had no clue about, and they wouldn't let me leave either. I was bored of my mind in there. Well, my boy discovered some new evidence that proved your innocence, so I had them send it in. Fortunately, I'm Scavenger representative of the management, so I could request to sit in on the questioning. Then that new evidence arrived just in time, so I submitted it. Was it weird that they're all the same person? Oh, but they've been on screen twice, so it can't be the same person. Thank you, and thanks to your boys and scavengers. Well, you were a guest who came to help us, so it only makes sense that we should help you if you were wronged. I mean, the festive trade fair is almost here. We couldn't just let you spend it rotting in jail, right? Oh yeah, these guests of yours. This is my commander. These are my friends, Sabrina and Groza. So you're the commander that Qiuhua is talking about. Welcome to Scavenger Camp. I'm sure you haven't spoken in a long time. So you must have a lot to talk about, right? Well, don't be shy. Feel free to take a load off and rest here. The Scavengers always welcome any new members to the family. Qiuhua stands up and gives us a tent for ourselves. I'll go see whether experiments in the raising crops have borne fruit. Feel free to catch up with each other. Yeah, Gross is a good cook now. Groza's problem is that she doesn't have any taste modules, so she can't taste food herself. So she needs a guide to show her whether the food is good or not, and that's with the commander. The commander is the one who does that for her. Also, if this dude's a Nito, like what's her name? Ice cream. Yeah, but if this dude was Nito, and then he had clones, and then he died, and then he comes back naked, he would immediately get shot again. Because no one wants to see that. Looks like this tin is ours for the time being. Alright, have a seat and let me tell you the story so far. Tell us quick, Amina was worried about you too. You want to eat ice cream between John games? Why would there ever be a male Nita though? There wouldn't be, unless it's William. Sorry for making you all worry. Anyway, just give me a few minutes to tell you a little of the historical background. I used to work in the Green Zone farm. Back then, my boss was an old lady who was really nice to dolls and took really good care of me. She came from what we now call Darksteel Farm. But, if I'm not wrong, Amina's intel states that Darksteel Farm was only just recently founded. I'm talking about the former Darksteel Farm before the war. Back then, it was still called Sunset Farm. After the farm was abandoned, its people wandered all over the place. But that lady was still really attached to her former home. After I decided to work in the Yellow Zone, she asked me to find the descendants of her former friends and neighbors and check on them in her place. Wow, I think I heard you mention her before. I didn't know she had a background like that. Yup. Did she always talk like that? Yup. I heard that someone's rebuilt the farm, and after learning that the descendants of the former farm residents were going back this year, I made plans to come by and pay a visit. Then Amina came back from the underground brokers gathering and told me that she ran into the commander and that the agreement's restrictions have been relaxed. So, as it turned out, going to the farm would end up bringing me back to the Alamo too. Do you think Sabrina has the last functioning McDonald's ice cream machine? Probably, yeah. I was thinking of taking care of the old lady's request and then meeting up with the commander after everything was settled. But I didn't expect that I would end up causing trouble for everyone. Qiuhua pats her hands together apologetically and smiles sheepishly. No problem, keep going. So why did the people here lock you up anyway? Well, there has been a spat of theft cases shortly after my arrival, with the stolen items being rare spices, and the guards just so happened to find unknown drag marks in the barren land out back. The only people there were me and the scavengers. The guards weren't able to find anything on the scavengers, but they just happened to find the exact same spices that were missing on me. Like, are we not allowed to cook stuff that actually tastes good? Couldn't they have imagined that I might have brought it along myself? Qiuhua slaps her thigh in annoyance, and then she glances at me and mutters under her breath. I went out of my way to gather all the spices. Since we're meeting again after so long, I want to show you what I learned through our time apart and give you a taste of my skills. But now the surprise is all ruined. Well, we got a long time ahead of us. There's no need to rush it. So they arrested you because you just happen to have the same kind of spices on you, without any concrete proof that you had stolen it. What a coincidence! It feels like the management's handling of this case was very sloppy. Well, that wasn't the only reason why. It was only after I came here that I learned that Sunset Farm's descendants were now called Scavengers. Their living conditions here were pretty bad, and the other residents treated them like crap. I was living with these Scavengers until a few days ago, which made me one of them in the eyes of the Darksteel Farm. When they interrogated me, the guy doing it kept trying to make me say I stole stuff for them. So you're saying the management suspected the Scavengers of using you to steal supplies, and it tried to use you to make their case? Yep. Chief Qiuhua told me that the Scavengers weren't doing too well on the farm. For starters, a lot of people ended up turning to thievery because they couldn't earn enough contribution points to survive. But the guards already dealt with them. Based on what I've seen so far, the descendants of the Sunset Farm who are still here in the Highlands don't seem to be like criminals to me. Hila annoys me so much. It's hard to say public opinion with a subjective opinion now that their biases have developed. So I was thinking and took a look at the situation. While a lot of stuff's been stolen, the Scavengers wouldn't be starving like this if they actually managed to get their hands on it. Also, the fact that I was released at all was because Chief Qiuhua's evidence convinced them. When I came out, however, I heard the guards talk about how that evidence cleared me, but at the expense of making the Scavengers look even more suspicious. Chief Qiuhua never mentioned him like that. Qiuhua scratches her head and then shoots me a fleeting, desperate look. Commander, I want to help clear the Scavenger's name. That would let me help them and fulfill that request from my previous employer. Could you give me a few more days? The interior of the tent is dimly lit by a little red lantern in the corner of the room. Compared to the affluent of the trade fair, the people here, hidden by circumstance, still tend to be positive. I look at Qiuhua's eyes, which shine with determination, and I find it very hard to say no to her. Let me guess. Even if I said no, you wouldn't let things be, even if you came out to double, right? Yep. You know me best, Commander. Then let's take care of things together and head back into town again. What? You said yes? Awesome! Qiuhua jumps for joy, but just as she's about to glance me, I push her back into her seat. So, do you have any ideas on how to clear the Scavenger's name? Yeah, what can we do to help? Qiuhua's attention returns to the task at hand. Well, I didn't get to ask Chief Qiuhua about the new evidence he found. Maybe I could grab him and have him explain it to us? After seeing me nod in agreement, Qiuhua heads out and returns shortly afterwards with Chief Qiuhua in tow. Commander, I heard Qiuhua say that you were willing to help us out. You arrived just in time. I'd like to thank you all on behalf of Scavengers. Us Scavengers. Well, that's enough meat and grease for now. Chief Qiuhua, tell us about this new evidence you found. It's like this. We Scavengers have been trying to plant new crops in the wasteland, and we take pictures of our plots at regular intervals as part of our experimental records. Qiuhua indicates a set of pictures to me. These pictures capture the drag marks are what the guards consider evidence of transportation of stolen goods. While the guards only found those marks a couple of days ago, I'd like you to take a look at this picture. It was only when we checked the date of today's picture that we realized that marks like this had already shown up since last month, and Qiuhua hadn't arrived yet. Interesting thumbnail, by the way, thank you. I see, and that meant I wasn't likely to be suspect, Chief. Chief, thanks again for submitting the evidence. Well, the inspector here is a pretty reasonable guy, and he was the one who ultimately decided to release you after looking at the pictures. I wouldn't dare claim all the credits for that. Still, that doesn't prove this Scavenger's innocence, right? Yura's forced smile fades. Huh? You were smiling? Well, I'm trying to do that. Truth is, a few of my boys might have been taking that in for questioning over the next few days. Commander, Qiuhua always said you were a very capable and knowledgeable person. Do you have any advice for us? To be frank, I don't fully understand the situation. Perhaps we might learn something if we have surveillance footage of the scene of the crime. Yura shits uncomfortably. Well, for various reasons, everyone is worried about scavengers. I know exactly where the security kiosks with the footage you need are located, but it's hard for us to go near those places. We probably end up being reported before we even get there and end up spawning a tired tail of guards. If you know where to find it, then just leave it to me. Yep. Rosa, Sabrina, you should go with her. We can plan our next move after obtaining that footage. Yeah, Belko's massive. I think Belka may actually be the biggest. That Belkin text. Wait, sorry, it's Nikita. Yeah, it's Nikita. Nikita and then Belka. I'm pretty sure Nikita uses her chest for combat. With how large those things are. Yeah, CVDV12. Yeah, hopefully she shows up soon. The night wears on. I wait in the tent for a word from them. My communicator chirps and banishes my growing sleepiness. Commander! Hey, look, it's a Vepley cameo. Vepley's magnified face appears on the screen, like she's trying to smush it into the camera. Vepley, maybe you should back up a bit? Commander, why are you so gloomy? Did you miss Vepley? Vepley ready to give you an extra special pep-up performance. I heard people say idols need to check their image before doing a show. Have you properly inspected your outfit, Vepley? If the commander saw Vepley in a messy state, that might damage your idol image. Huh? That's right. I can't let the commander see Vepley when she's a mess. Vepley squeals and hops off to the side. Commander, did you miss me? Colfin is smiling, but it feels a little forced. Did anything new happen near your end, Colfin? Yes, that winded lady is stable now. She's asleep for the moment, but she'll probably wake up soon. We can't perform more in-depth diagnosis or treatment in our current location, so I'd like to move her to a more suitable medical environment. Do we have access to anywhere that fits the bill, Commander? I see. I've found a suitable location for the time being on my end. I'll send you the coordinates, so bring Miss Casualty over. That's an interesting name. Be careful on the way here and keep a low profile. Keeping low profile when Vepley around is a big ask. Still, it's no problem for me. See you later, Commander. I miss you wearing your new outfit. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Like, should that be her default outfit? The transmission ends, and the clock display on the corner of the screen silently increments. About time Qiuhua and the others checked in. Hey! All clear, move in. Rosa and Sabrina jump up to where Qiuhua is and crouch behind a pile of junk. The cold light of the street lamps dyes the walls of the security kiosk as stark white. The boots of the patrolling guards trump over the half-melted snow and leave a muddy path behind on the ground. Our target is right below us. According to Chief Qiuhua, this kiosk has surveillance footage of the fair and settlement districts with the most death cases. Should we contact the commander? Doing it now. Rosa, how are things going? Commander, the target's in sight. Once this patrol passes by, we'll have 15 minutes to approach the target. Right, I'll stay in touch on my end. The security camera there, can you take care of it, Sabrina? Leave it to me. I got a camera disruptor. Disabling it for 15 minutes is no problem. You got everything, Sabrina. The ground's slippery, so mind your feet. Eh? Terrain like this is kind of bad for high inertia frames, right? It'll be fine with me around. Whoa, you're so awesome, Qiuhua. Quiet. Prepare to move out. Okay. The final guard patrol follows the route and heads into the distance. Behind him, the doll silently lands on the ground and approaches the kiosk. Yeah, I can't open it. This lock's pretty solid. Let me try. Spray produces a small item and a lock cylinder clinks. It's open. Whoa, that's awesome. What is that? Yeah, it's just a miniature electromagnetic pulsar. Focus, ladies. Qiuhua resists the urge to chat. She nods vigorously, then begins searching the kiosk. Oh no. So the cameras weren't activated. No, wait, they weren't even wired up in the first place because they were just dummies. So they were decoys? Dummies. So they were just there for psychological effect? Were they trying to cut cost? This still doesn't seem hard pressed for money though. And that does seem rather suspicious. Are the cameras looking for her there? Speak of the devil. I just found out. Turns out the ones we're looking for isn't a dummy. The camera logs are here, but we need really high access levels to copy the data. Rosa, how much longer do we have? 8 minutes. But we don't have much time to hack ourselves for better access. I was thinking of using our neural clouds to directly transcribe the data, which would also make it easier to filter through the scenes. Commander, does that work for you? It does. Proceed. Is here a cat girl in disguise? No. No, you know what? You know how much easier my life would be if I was an actual cat girl? The video data begins playing at high speeds. What is this? I'm not seeing anything out of the ordinary. You sure the footage hasn't been doctored? Wait, I think it has. Look at this. It's almost imperceptible, but those are editing artifacts. These videos are not the original footage. Qiuhua looks like Gross's older sister. I have not seen you and a cat girl in the same room. Can you restore the originals? It's theoretically possible, but we'll need to access servers in level 2 to crack the defenses. We only have 4 minutes to do it though. 4 minutes. No, we're down to 3. Commander, I think I can do it. You have 2.5 minutes. If it doesn't work out, forget it and focus on getting them out there. Will do. If there are sisters, who's the mom? Honduras. Yeah, we're almost out of time. Countdown now. 5, 4, 3, 2. We did it. Managed to restore the original data. I see the guards approaching. What are we standing around for? Let's move it. The dolls make to leave. Nobody says anything else. In just a few minutes, the only sounds audible on the communicator are the sounds of the wind blowing, which eventually fades. Commander, do you read me? I read you. Go ahead. We found a hiding place and we're safe for the time being. I'm uploading the beta data now. We'll return while avoiding the guards. Roger. While waiting for the dolls to return, Yura and I go through the original footage. Yura looks thoughtful, but he doesn't say anything. Chief Yura, did you learn anything from these videos? Rekindled is everyone's mom. What's this about? What's this about an orgy? Oh, Anders Qiuhua across the box the door. What happens? Orgy. No, but there's one thing I'm curious about. Could a normal person actually mess around with this footage? I have a hunch, but it can't be true, right? There's no way. Yura begins muttering to himself. Hang on, I think I saw something. I'm sorry, could you rewind that? I'll bring up the scene Yura wants to see. Commander, take a look at this. You know, I just thought of something. It's super duper ultra random, but I just thought about it. Does the commander have a canon name? Yura points at the part of the screen. Is there something moving here? I enhance a portion of the image in question. Snow is falling and a line of mini robots are transporting supply crates at an even clip across the snowy ground. That much is obvious. You better not. Commander Shepard. He does have a canon life, yes. He does. He does have a canon background. Several hours later, the trail on the ground is slowly covered up by the grayish-white snow. Does Commander need a name? No, not necessarily. It's just a little weird, right? Like, literally everyone calls him Commander. Even, like, a random dude. Calls him, yo, Commander. How long is the event? I saw a lot of stages. So it's probably like 4 hours total. I click this loop and begin replaying it. John Commander. These are mass-reduced robots. Yeah, and Robin was just a code name. It wasn't his real name. It's like, what if... What if when the commander was born, his mom actually called him Commander? Named him Commander? Like my sweet little commander. And I guess his dad name was General. Ah, so they were mass-produced models. No wonder they seem so familiar. Many of us scavengers have seen them before. But this one... Scandinavia's Raven. No, it's not. Europe points to one of the mini robots. One of his arms is clearly unusual compared to its fellows. I mean, there's a guy named Batman. Yeah, I mean, those are the crazy people, though. Here, I remember hacking up one of these robots with an axe, and in this exact place too. Wait, seriously? What are the odds? So, you've encountered before? In the ruins, Darksteel Farm was built on the ruins of the former farm. Most people live in rebuilt areas, but the outskirts have a lot of areas that haven't been properly reclaimed yet. I'm Major. Okay, that actually works though. Major's actually a pretty badass name, not gonna lie. From time to time, mini robots like this emerge from the depths of the ruins, and that was where I encountered it last. Wait, there's a woman called Ground Beef? Never heard of that one. So you go in and out of the ruins regularly, Chief Hero? Hero scratches his head. Well, it's actually like this. After we scavengers came back here, we were assigned to clear out any hidden dangers and rebuild the ruins. After all, these ruins could have been built by our ancestors and nobody would know the farm better than us, unfortunately. She was grounded off. The fuck? Yura shrugs and falls silent. Many robots from the depths of the ruins. So, assuming these robots ultimately, that destination was the depths of the ruins, that would mean they had to pass through the wasteland around here, right? Yes. I mean, to be fair, they don't have to be American. Like, I know someone in England who was called, or who was named Yuji Naka. I think that was a son. Yeah, Yuji Naka. Like the full name of the guy who made Sonic. Or not necessarily made Sonic, but he's credited for that. And then there's someone, I think also in England, or this one might be American. She was named Daenerys. Well, Colonel? Well, my cousins, or not cousins, yeah, second cousin. He's named Colonel. I think they call him King for short, but yeah, his full name is Colonel. Yes. I see. So that's why they found the proof of our guilt outside the test plots. Yeah, so I should make context for that. So my cousin has twins. So she decided to name her two sons Major and Colonel. So that's the story behind that. Now, this is just a guess, so in order to verify it, we'll have to find them in the ruins. as well as the stolen items. I point to the crates they're carrying. I'll lead the way, although our attempts to rebuild didn't turn out too well. We managed to map out a couple of routes that take us deep into the ruins with minimal risk. That ought to help. They banned the name Batman Columbia? Interesting. In that case, we'll head out once Qiuhua and the others come back. Alright, I'll go get ready. The sun should be up by then. Even is Commander's parents? There are no hints to that. The ruins sprawl before us like a beast awaiting its prey. The most I can say is that the commander had an older sister. After Qiuhua and company return to the Scavenger camp, Qiuhua takes us into the ruins. A long time ago, this place was called Sunset Farm, and it was my home. Older sister, you say? Yeah, he has a sister. Or had a sister, I should say. I've been wanting to come back ever since I was a kid, but when I did, I found that it was completely different from what I imagined. His sister is Hellion, no it's not. Naturally, I knew this place had been rebuilt after being reduced to ruins, but I didn't expect its ruin to be so thorough. She died? Yeah. Yura pulls on his gloves and pulls the tangle of twisted river aside, clearing a narrow path for the rest of the group. When I was young, Grandpa used to tell me stories about how fertile and prosperous our home was, how the scent of fruits filled the air all year round, and painted pictures of lush wheat fields stretching out to the horizon. I always thought this place would be like a fairy tale kingdom. Of course, after I grew up, I knew that there wouldn't be a place like that in the Yellow Zone, and that Grandpa's stories were embellished for effect. Still, thinking about scenes like that was strangely calming. Yeah, too bad William doesn't care enough to actually look into Commander's history. If only it were real. Unfortunately, the only thing here that's real is this ugly river that's everywhere. Qiuhua and Groza help him clear the rest of the obstacles from their way. It sounds like a paradise, so why did you leave? Also, did you guys come back? Qiuhua? Why we left? I don't know. Gramps might have mentioned it, but in truth, everyone who left had their own reasons for it. Maybe it was because of the war, a sandstorm, or poor harvest one year, because they wanted to live elsewhere, or because they couldn't hold onto the farm. It's hard to isolate a single reason for it. In any case, by the time I was born, my elders and I were 1,000 kilometers from the farm. Isn't the reason we matter to Williams is because we stole his sister? Yeah. More or less. You went that far? But given the state of the Yellow Zone now, returning must have been difficult too, right? Oh yes, we walked a long, long way. Just surviving until now was a miracle. And I led my people here. Yura puffs up his chest as he mentions that last part. After all, restoring the former glory of my hometown has been a childhood dream of mine. After I heard that people were going to rebuild the farm, I began making my way here. I met others from this place along the way and decided to follow me on my journey. We've been traveling for a long time. We only just managed to reach here last year, and by the time the farm had its management committee set up, the inspector was also very reasonable. It's not often you find such an orderly place in the Yellow Zone. Yura's reminiscence suddenly cuts off. What happened after that? Gee, Kira, stop the light, stop telling the story halfway! And then... sad music coming up. Alright. I call this the trauma music. Yura laughs, but there's a gloominess in his eyes. Well, things haven't been good for everyone recently, and there's a limit to how many people the local resources can support. We came late and the guards, expeditions, and merchants were all filled to capacity. Back then, there was a lot of debate over whether or not to take us in, but the inspector silenced all debate and allowed us to stay. For free? Out of the kindness of his heart? I guess the original plan was mutual benefit, I think? I became the representative of the descendants of the Sunset Farm to negotiate a deal with the inspector. After all, we came from this place and we had a lot of exclusive information about the ruins here. We had an advantage over others when it came to rebuilding the ruins or raising crops. Oh, and if you could redevelop the ruins or grow food, you earn a ton of contribution points, right? Yes, if we could do that. I used those talking points to argue that they should take us in on account of us being able to provide the settlement with extra resources, and the inspector accepted. Unfortunately, it turns out farming and rebuilding the ruins was harder than expected. Saying so, Yura reaches out to dust off some twigs that fell on me. Be careful, this plant grows everywhere around here and nobody knows what the hell it is. Its branches are mildly toxic, and while some amounts aren't a problem, letting it build up over several hours is. A few of our guys ended up puking and shitting their guts out at the same time. Not a fun experience. Yura reaches out, then picks up one of the twigs and begins observing it. Get rid of the Qiuhua. The dolls will not get poisoned, but your commander is a different story. Yura snatches the twig away and throws it into the distance. Toxins, unknown machines, elids, expired gunpowder. The ruins have everything. We can't go further in without the right tools for it. Our attempts at raising crops failed too. The soil composition now is different from our ancestors' time, and our experience from the past can't be applied to our current situation. Looks like surviving is hard for everyone. So the scavengers are in dire straits then? Bang on the money. We're bringing in fewer and fewer contribution points to the point where we're having trouble just obtaining enough supplies to survive. We're stuck collecting the damaged goods for emergency use that the management issues. Some of our boys even got desperate and tried doing some messed up things, which got them kicked out by the management. I tried to persuade them to hang in there a little longer, but... Yura shakes his head. So I decided to turn to banditry? Stories like that are a dime a dozen in the Yellow Zone. Yeah, you were wrongly blamed for stuff going missing because of us. Sorry about that, Qiuhua. I'm sorry to burden you guys with this, but I just had to let it out. Yura scratches his head. Well, Qiuhua has been released at least. She's not the type to hold grudges, so you don't have to worry about it too much. Yep. It's not like I lost my powers while doing it. It's no biggie. Yura looks at the ground and sighs again. When he looks up, it's as though a weight hasn't taken off him. Sorry to interrupt, but there's unknown robots approaching. It seems we triggered some kind of defense program. So it's time to fight? Come on then, I've been waiting for this. Like, I want to show off to the commander. Ready for battle? The enemy is almost in range. Yep. We can confront their models at this range, right? They're really high-end kind. Mwah! I'm getting nervous. What are you worried about? You got me around, don't you? I've got it. No matter what kind of big lug comes, I'll dunk it in a deep fryer until it's golden brown. Dandy with oath you. Warning, enemy approaching. Oh? Let me take a look. Ah, piece of cake. Don't get careless. Prepare for battle. Alright, got it. Is the AR team even aware that M4 is literally no longer? We don't know that either at this point. That's so hot. So the thing about M4 is that her body should no longer exist on our world. But in terms of her being able to come back to the world, that isn't off the table as far as I understand. Just because of how odd the ending is for Ghost Frontline 1. In writing, it should be that M4 is sealed and should not be a thing anymore. But with how many times they've rewritten their story overall, it's hard to tell if that's set in stone. Rosa inspects the broken SF mini robot. Commander, I think we can follow their navigation data back to their base. How long will it take? Their security programs are fairly primitive, so it won't take long. Just then, Colfine sends a comms request and I accept it. Commander! Were you thinking of Epley? Epley's carefully checked her image, and the comfort concert's all ready to go. Epley, did we just get here? We bad to perform a live show without properly setting up the stage, no? Oh yeah! Now where should I put all this equipment? Epley, do it now. Epley hops, skips, and jumps out of the frame. Commander, I have good news and bad news. When Julia's casting of her mouth, I suddenly realized it's not all well. Go on. I've seen AK-15's reveal. I have not watched the trailer because I've been told it has spoilers. But I do know about the mecha. I just don't know what the stats are or anything like that. I just know it exists. Very well, so that hurt lady just woke up. Well, that's good to hear. You don't seem too happy about it, though. And that's the bad news. She seems to have lost her memory. Flynn points the camera at the woman who's lying down. Miss, what should we call you? I like how her name is Casualty. With a kid description? Yeah, just post it on Discord, sure. Who are you? Do you remember how you got here? What do you plan to do next? Do you need our help? I'm sorry, my head hurts. I don't remember anything. He looks lost and confused. Dolphin looks back and sighs. As you can see, Commander, that's how she is. What should I do about her? Scavenger pokes his head in front of the edge of the frame. Wow, we see you, Chief Qiuhua, through this. Hey, Chief Qiuhua, and that other chief. How are you doing? That happens. Bang, Kate. I doubt Cold Thing will be that dark. It'll go against her her nursely duties. I heard it all just now. Like that lady's going to have to stay with us for a while to recover. Don't worry though. We'll make sure she gets the best care. All witches are friends after all. I'll take a look after we get to the next stage. Oh. I'll leave that to you then. Don't worry, Commander. Just let her heal. We'll decide what to do next when she recovers her memory. Gulping, keep an eye on her health. The rest can wait until we get back. Will do, Commander. See, she just lobotomizing Bepley after all. Well, that's only because she was still in like severely pissed off mode. After her development, she's chilled out. Golfing instant transmission just as Groza finishes her analysis. Commander, I found a destination. If I'm not wrong, these mini-robots' origins and destination are over here. Yes, we'll head over there now. It's pretty deep into the ruins. We've never been there before. What's there to be afraid of? Things will be fine since we got the commander backing us up. Now let's go. No, it's pretty funny. Because isn't like, no, we're good. You have me, I'm a T-doll. It's more of like, nah, we're good. We got the commander. He'll protect us. And the commander's like, aren't you supposed to protect me? Okay, so this is a cutscene. So let me just check all this stuff. Hypnoblast doll or firepower. Deals alien physical damage to a target and all the enemies. Wolf Eye system. Command. Pile bunker. Yeah, she is a pile bunker, that is true. I see the gun! I didn't realize that. Oh wait, so this isn't a summon? She's just in the mech by default? Oh, that's actually kind of crazy. I thought it'd be like an ultimate, and then she'll be like, she'll just have it for like 5 turns or whatever. All right, I mean, that's pretty badass. Dynasty Warriors, it kind of does actually, yeah. Wolfman is in the scavenger camp, looking at the wounded woman from behind. People on CN are kind of divided about it. Personally, I love it. I guess I'm neutral, to be honest. I would be cool either way, but at the very least, AK-15 having a mech is very different. And I like that, at least. It does in Ghost 101. Well, you say in a way, but they just straight up exist, you know? Yeah. Like, mechs are a common thing. I still remember during a polarized light, when the commander saw a center for the first time. He's like, what the fuck is that? It's so fucking huge! Like, he was freaking the fuck out. Miss, it's getting cold outside. Would you like to come back and rest? They still call her casualty. Holy shit. They can't even call her girl or something like that, or woman. Just casualty. I like to walk around here a little. It might help jog my memory. The cold wind blows across the highland every now and then, forcing Kolfing to press down on her hat to keep it in place. And wait for her sister victim to show up. She follows the woman's gaze, but all she sees is empty wasteland, which makes her hold on tighter to her hat. Alright then, I'll keep you company for a bit. Don't stay out too long though. The wind is cold. I heard Mecha Break is a great game. I have not played it myself though. The hurt woman doesn't reply right away. Only stretches her stiff neck as she takes in her surroundings, then begins shuffling aimlessly in a random direction. Kolfing begins to wonder if this aimless wandering actually serves a purpose. Ah, that's a test plot. I think it would be best not to go in there. A test plot? She stops in front of the old patch of land. But there's nothing here. It's a barren square plot of land. Out of place, rough, and a waste of effort and hope. Wow, light on thick, huh? Like, they fucking sucked! There isn't so much as a weathered branch here. It seems like the only thing that grows on this plot is nothing. Damn, okay. However, Kolfing notices some things that can't be overlooked. The Stanchers to go out tiling the soil almost every day. They began a little earlier this morning, and I can see the next shift heading this way. There's nobody here now, so does that mean that the day's work is done? Like, this is the only part where no snow has piled up. Oops, I skipped that one. Confronting looks down at the freshly turned soil, somewhat curious about it. Did they plant seeds here? Or will they only sow after winter has passed? Supposedly, the seeds that the scavengers used were taken from their emergency rations. I wonder if they're still live. But even if the seeds were fine, there aren't many cases where plants were successfully grown in the yellow zone. It looks like they've gone to a lot of effort for this. I wonder if they'll succeed. Not all efforts are rewarded. That sort of thing is commonplace. Confronting freezes, then turns to look at the woman. However, she just so happens to have turned aside, exposing an emotionless side profile to her. Man, if only she had a model to look at if she's going to be an important character for this scenario. Can't even give her a faceless portrait. Confronting reflexively follows the woman's gaze to the heart of the settlement. All lit up and fancy, right? It's nothing like the desolation here. That's the heart of the settlement. They got trade fairs, residential blocks, warehouses, and so on. You could call it a stable and fully developed town. Imagine redacted. Does that jog your memory? Nobody among the scavengers recognizes you, so I'm guessing that you might be from the settlement or an outsider who came for the festive trade fair. The hurt woman merely shakes her head, a blank look in her face. I see. Oh well, there's no rush. Maybe it'll all just pop back into place after a few days of rest and relaxation. Just then, someone heads over from the ruins. Hey, Miss Amnesia, Miss Doll. Well, isn't that a coincidence? Did you girls come out from a breath of fresh air? Several of the scavengers call out to them. A few minutes later, they're in front of Confronting and the woman. Miss Doll, did Miss Amnesia remember anything? I think she might need a little more time. The scavengers remember their agreement, and then one of them passed the injured woman on the shoulder. It seems to throw her off balance, and Confronting moves to support her. It's surprising just how much strength a gaunt little body like that can possess. In contrast, the amnesiac woman seems to be a little more well-fed. Confronting sighs internally. No, that's okay, miss. Just focus on getting better. Once you're strong enough, we'll take you round to look at the guards. That said, those dogs of the mansion have their noses in the air. They don't give a shit about us, so you'll probably have to explain your circumstances to them on your own. Thank you. Oh, it's nothing. If you really can't find your people, you can just hang with us. Plowing the land and searching for parts is still enough to make a living. Who knows, maybe you'll remember someday as long as you don't starve to death. Maybe we'll grow a pumpkin that's taller than a man too. Gets a really positive outlook. You're right, things might not be so good right now, but if you hang in there, things will probably get better. Will Confronting be able to handle Shiki-Kan? Apparently not. Commander is actually has really excellent CQC. He should be able to, but there's been a lot of showcases of the commander actually being able to do martial arts with the other T-dolls. Now, possibly the T-dolls are holding back, and that's likely that they are holding back. But it does have that ambiguity that the commander could actually, CQC a standard T-doll. Yep, we made it through this year, after all. Oh, I heard Expedition Leader Garen came back, although we probably won't be allocated as allocated any of the good stuff, we can probably beg or borrow some of it, right? Plus, the trade fair is almost here, so spring is coming and we'll be able to collect our annual supplies. Who knows, might be able to grow something by next year. That's an improvement, right? Truth is, most of us followed Chief Europe because our families were gone. The idea of finding people from our hometown and living with them is way better than dying alone out there. When the days are this cold, you'll go for any way of keeping warm, even if it's just by huddling up with others. The wounded woman is a bit of a loss for how to respond and merely grunts. A simple slap from, yeah, from soft fucking break an arm, yeah. Like, imagine sparring an AK-15. Yeah, imagine sparring with AK-15, because AK-15 doesn't spar. He just crashes into you and you die. Sparring in bed. I mean, to be fair, during Springfield's event, the commander actually did a really good job against the T-Dolls. But yeah, even he himself noted that he's no match for them. Alright, that's enough chatting for now. Our little walk is almost over. Miss, you have to head back and get some rest. Helping bids the scavengers goodbye and helps the wounded woman back to her sickbed. However, the woman turns and heads elsewhere as they approach the medical tent. Miss, our tent is this way. The wind isn't as strong here. I'd like to spend a bit more time outside. The wounded woman slowly walks between the tents. So right now she has like 3 names. She has Wounded Woman. She has Casualty. And she's also called Miss Amnesia. The red ribbons which serve as festive decorations flutter into the wind. When they block her vision, she reaches out to sweep them aside. Wait for me. Even through several layers of tent fabric, the scavenger's voices carries clearly through the air. This tastes awful. Are we really supposed to celebrate the festival by eating this? What do you think? You know as well as I do how this year turned out. You might not even get potatoes if you were outside. Just eat it, man. Or what if we try to turn it into mashed potatoes? Maybe with a little bit of dirt to bulk it up. Or we could add some potato to the dirt for flavor. Add some potato to the dirt for flavor. Alright, laying on thick here. So they're eating mud pies, more or less. Like, come on, we can't possibly eat dirt, right? Even decide whether or not it's actually edible, we ought to save clean dirt for farming crops. How about adding some water? Would water work? You mean clean water? Didn't Chief Euro say to save some water for the sowing season in spring? If you think it's too dry, you can always try some of that melt water outside. Now with added colossal particles. Yeah, right, as if you can eat that shit. maybe we could tell Chief Yura that we won't be celebrating this time around? I mean, we don't even know how next year is going to be, so we should save up on some rations. Oh no, if this year went poorly, it can't be helped. We all worked hard this past year, to the bone even. That's why we need this reunion to wrap things up properly. Being able to eat well is a good omen for the coming year. And besides, even if potatoes taste like shit, being able to fill your belly is still a good thing, right? At least you'll have the strength to work. Okay. Oh yeah, have you taken a look around the fair? They say Leader Garen's back and he had quite a haul. There's just about everything in there. Lots of underground brokers came as well, with canned food, fish, meat, and so on. I wish I could try some of that while I was still alive. Don't be retarded, yeah? You break the law, they'll drive you out and then you'll really starve to death. Meh, I'll just put my faith in those potatoes. Say, you think we can make it taste like fish? The woman's strength fails her. She stumbles and collapses against one of the tent poles. Ah, who knocked my tent? Sandra draws the flap aside. Miss Amnesia? Hey, you okay? We're just making some dirt potato salad. No, wait, we nixed the dirt. Wanna try some? I'm sorry for bumping into your tent. No, don't worry about it, miss. Have some. It's better than going hungry, right? We don't have much in the way of fancy cuisine here, but we can still fill our bellies. We'll be able to get some supplies once the festive trade fair begins. Yeah, we still have the fair. I've been looking forward to it for half a year now. The merchant never failed to deliver on that side. Maybe we'll get something other than potatoes this year. Why not come in, miss? No, it's alright. I'm just passing by. I'm not hungry. Yeah, you are. She wasted them, then leaves. Her smile soon fades, replaced by confusion and mixed feelings. What happened to the main woman? She got mained by the Elids and then survived, but she lost her memory. It's probably trauma is the reason why she lost her memory. That can happen. If something was too traumatic, you tend to lose your memory of that. Elitified woman. Because if I remember right, she was bleeding out before Commander and any others saved her. We follow Gross's analysis of the mini robots route and head deeper into the ruins. Elfing sends through another comms request. Commander Vepley! Elfing shoves Vepley aside and forces her into the frame. She's speaking much faster than normal. Commander, that woman lady vanished! Everyone in the camp searched all the tents, but we couldn't find any trace of her. She might have entered the ruins because we can't find her anywhere else. What should we do, Commander? When was the last time you saw her? About half an hour ago. We came back from walking outside, but just as I was getting ready to change her bandages, I came back and found that she wasn't in her bed. Vepley's been pressing for the show in the Commander's tent. Beth has been pressing for the show in the Commander's tent. There's two ways to look at that. Vepley didn't see the missing audience member. Elfing briefly describes the events that took place. Doesn't seem like anything's wrong. The camp's far away from everything else and she's hurt. So she couldn't have gone too far. Did she ever gain her memory, suddenly remember that she had something to do? With no idea about what might have happened, the dolls fall silent. Just leave her be for now. Whether she stays or goes won't affect us, and we saved her simply because we had the luxury of doing so. She's free to leave if she wants. You definitely can keep searching for her if you want. If you find her collapsed somewhere, help her out. If you can't find her, then you don't need to spend too much time and effort on it. Understood, Commander. I'll look for her one last time. The transmission ends. I hope she's alright. Everyone, we're almost at our destination. Hostile robots might show up, so please stay alert. It's in the building up ahead, right? Main door looks closed. I'll go bash it right open. And if you're going for frontal assault? Yeehaw, right. Quickly halts in their tracks. We don't know what's happening inside that building. We should probably circle around the back and try to observe the inside before deciding on what to do. Oh, that makes sense. Sorry, I was being hasty. Let's go from the left then. Qiuhua runs on ahead. Well, these are the ruins for you. There's tons of rot and rust overhead. Oof, mind your feet. The ground's crumbling. Did anyone try to domesticate an eelet as a pet yet? I mean, kind of? But if you mean the traditional way, no. Scientists have tried to domesticate eelets, though. Thanks for the reminder. But I think you were the only one who stepped onto the crumbly bits. Is that so? Clumsy me then. No making fun of me for it, though. Ladies, please keep quiet. There might be robots in there listening to the situation on the outside. The air falls silent. I think I can see what's inside from here. Yura finds a hole in the wall and crouches down to look inside. A moment later, Yura pulls away from the hole. He seems shaken by what he's seen. He looks at me and he freezes up for a moment, his mouth opening and closing like a goldfish, before he finally manages to regain the ability to speak. Beside him, Qiuhua eagerly takes his place. It's the right place. It's full of... Whoa! Commander, there are mini robots everywhere in there. Row after row after row, with all kinds of resource crates around them. You gotta see this, Commander. Qiuhua took the words right out of my mouth. Qiuhua pulls me over to the hole. Qiuhua, take a few pictures of those mini robots and see if you can find out anything new about them. Rosa and Sabrina, help her out. The dolls begin working. Those mini robots look like any other robot you see in the yellow zone. Nothing unusual about them. Commander, given the weathering of our outer shells, it's likely that not all of them are from the same batch. They seem to have been manufactured in different series and gathered here. Let me see. Commander, can I prevail on you? Can I prevail on you and your dolls to take out these robots? We scavengers didn't steal those items, and if we can return those stolen goods, we might be able to change their bad opinion of us. At the very least, we won't be blamed for the most recent spat of thefts. Also, these robots attack us when we're out in the wasteland. Lots of our guys have fought them before, and rebuilding the ruins will be easier without them around. I mean, we're already here, Commander. Why don't we throw hands with them? That was my plan from the beginning. When you attack, try to leave a few intact. It'll make tracing them or turning them in easier. Got it. I knew you'd say yes. Now then, shall we get to it then? Be careful. They might have a functional alert. With a thud, Qiuhua lands among the mini-robots and yells to her friends. Huh? Oh crap, I triggered defense programs. Help me out, guys! Crap, these diner gates and Goliaths are all moving. I can see that. Qiuhua, you should inform your teammates about before we start a fight. Sorry, I haven't had teammates in a while. Won't happen again. The dolls rush to join the battle. Yeah, Qiuhua is a genuine dork. On her chair. After a brief skirmish, all the robots are dealt with. Whew, it's over. So the Neon that was responsible for stealing all the supplies was actually this pack of mini-robots. Commander, Chief Yura, let's go over our spoils. The stolen goods. Okay, coming. Yura and I enter the building and look at the supply crates of various sizes that cover the ground. Many of them are plastered with labels reading Festive Fair in fancy lettering. It seems they are part of the trade fair decorations. Let's start by consolidating everything. The battle just now has made an even bigger mess of supply crates compared to before. The dolls begin working at my command. Chief Yura, once we send this stuff back, people won't suspect the scavengers as much, right? Yeah. We'll finish doing an inventory of the items, and then I'll hand them and these robots over to the inspector. The scavengers can operate these robots, and if the management takes a good look at these robots' authorizations and data logs, they ought to be able to find something that benefits us. However, Yura doesn't seem to be cheered up by the new development. The thing is, until the truth is made public, the fact that these items were found on our turf won't necessarily clear our names in the eyes of the people who don't know the truth. On the contrary, it might actually make things worse. I need to think about the best way to hand these things over, and I think it's better to keep quiet about this until we fully analyze the pros and cons of doing so. Can you contact the inspector in private? Maybe try to send it back under the cover of night? The settlement has a night curfew, so things are pretty quiet then. I was thinking that too. I'll contact the inspector now. Yura's call is rejected twice before it finally goes through. The man that Yura calls the inspector has a stern look on his face, as though he was born scowling. Hey, you have a look! Why not casualty? Yura, did you scout its call? Sorry, Inspector, but we made a surprising discovery. Yura points to the pile of lost items behind him. The inspector raises an eyebrow, and for the first time he looks directly at Yura and me as I stand beside him. Where did you find them? Did you catalog them? What exactly is in there? We found them in the depths of the ruins. We were on the scene right now. I'll send you the coordinates. We've also counted and sorted them. I'll send you a list as well. The inspector goes through the information Yura sent. Is that all? Nothing else? What else should there be? It's not like we got a list of stolen items to check against, right? There's something I've been meaning to say back then in the interrogation room. There's something weird about you guys. If you have anything to say, then just say it. The inspector seems completely unbothered by Qiuhua's displeasure. Never mind. You done well in finding the lost items. However, I have a question. These corners are in the depths of the ruins. When did the scavengers go so far inside? I don't recall seeing any reports about it. The question addressed to Yura, but he looks directly at me. We've never been here before. There are mini robots everywhere, and they attack in self-defense whenever anyone gets close. It's not like we can handle them with the weapons we have. It was all thanks to Qiuhua and her commander. Yura steps away from the center of the frames that Qiuhua and I are fully visible. Qiuhua merely shakes a fist and grits her teeth. So you're not Inspector Gadget. So you're not Inspector Gadget or something? I remember your voice. You were questioning me in there. You were on the other side of that one-way mirror, weren't you? The inspector nods to me and ignores Qiuhua. Perhaps I am imagining things, but he seems to be a bit too focused on sizing me up. Inspector, I called you on the hopes of arranging a way to secretly transport these items. After all, they were found in the ruins. It's not often that the scavengers get to contribute to the community, so we'd rather not have it cause suspicion and dissent instead. That is understandable. I'll have my assistant arrange the details with you. And with that, the inspector ends the call. I just got an invitation to a meeting from his adjutant. Looks like I have work to do today. That's good, right? No matter how you slice it, since the scavengers are bringing the lost items in, they can't just turn it around on you and make you the villains of the story, right? Who knows? We're not like Leader Garen and his Expedition Corps. Everyone loves them. Still, since we can't change everyone's view of us overnight, all we can do is the best we can within our abilities. The inspector seems to be in a better mood after seeing those items. He probably won't hassle the scavengers for a while now. Qiuhua, everyone, thank you very much. Did his face change? It did, right? Usually he frowns even more than that. Chief Qiuhua seems to have thought of something and he hugged himself while shuddering. Never mind, it's in the past. No point in thinking about it. Commander, Chief Qiuhua? Will we be going back to the camps to resupply? If we're only going to move the stolen goods after the sun goes down, we might have to wait for a while. I want to watch over the goods myself. After all, we went through a lot of trouble to find it. We can't have this roast chicken fly the coup. Commander, could you lead the dolls back and give them rest? I love the route we took here. I'll have my stronger friends come by later to prepare to move the items tonight. Will that be okay? I think you mentioned that this was your first time coming this deep. Well, you cleared the route and we'll be coming in force. I think we can handle it. No sooner hesitation, your lighthearted reassures us. We'll be fine. My boys and I have been exploring these ruins for almost a year now. They've grown a lot through their experiences. If there's any we can't beat, we'll run. Fair enough. We'll be heading back then. Holy phrasing? Yeah, I noticed that. I noticed it too. Oh, right. Commander, will we be staying for the passive trade fair? Once it starts, we'll probably be able to collect some supplies. When the time comes, feel free to come to our camp and we'll celebrate. While our points are kinda dismal, we should have enough for a decent dinner with our saviors, I think. Oh, speaking of meals, I actually found something interesting just now, but I don't have the time to explain in detail. Once we're done here, I'll tell you all about it at camp. If it all goes well, we'll be able to eat more lavishly next year, even if it isn't this year. That would be great. The way back is long, and we can still see Yura waving to us in the distance. Commander, actually received a text message just now. It looks weird, like some kind of prank. However, the timing was impeccable, so it might actually be legit. Qiuhua holds her communicator up in front of me. The sender is unknown. To the commander of the Almo, I have an urgent commission for you that pays well. The price is negotiable. I would like to tell you about it in person. Farm Inspector. There are a bunch of coordinates behind it. It just so happens to be the inside of Darksteel Farm. When did you receive this information? Right after Chief Qiuhua spoke to the inspector. Rosa, can you pinpoint the location of the supplied coordinates? Well, it's within the farm. It's some distance from the other locations we passed through previously. Now comparing with the map data of the fair and settlement, I found it, Commander. It's the farm's administrative center. Could it be the inspector? Are you interested in the message's contents? He did say it would pay well. I give Groza a meaningful look, urging her to think about the Elmo's bills, and Groza indicates that she understands. Commander, I believe we should learn more about the nature of this commission. It's decided then. Once we've armed and rested, we'll head over. Do we need to make an appointment or something? Chief Yura got grilled just now because he didn't make an arrangements. Come to think of it, how do we even make appointments? Do we have permission to do that? The message didn't mention anything particular, and it said it was an urgent commission, so maybe we can skip the appointment. Is that what it means? Nah, no point thinking about it anymore. We'll know when we get there. Na 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 na. Right, how much is left? A good amount. We get done in 2 hours. There are many guards near the administration center, and we are approached before we even read the signposted main door. He's frowning too, just like that stern inspector. Are you the Elmo's commander? I'm Inspector Leo's assistant. Please follow me. He produces a metal name tag with his name on it from his pocket, and after briefly checking our identities, he gestures to follow us. He gestures to us to follow him. 2 squads of guards coincidentally happen to arrive and begin to shift change. As the rows of men interlock and shift, the action heads towards the main door, but instead goes around it, heading towards the rear of the admin center. I signal to the dolls to slow down. Qiuhua leans in close and whispers into my ear. Is there a need to be sneakier about this? Isn't he expected the big boss of this element? You think they're going to try and arrest us and interrogate us? We'll just have to ask them. I look behind us. The shift change is proceeding apace, with the guards reporting to each other in their usual fashion. It serves to completely screen off the routes we were taking around the admin center. Excuse me, but aren't we going through the front door? The inspector would prefer the discussion be conducted in secret, so we seek your understanding. Our choice of location is not very conventional. Listen up, pal. Conventional or not, that better not be that damn interrogation room again. No way in hell I'd let the commander go in there. You have no idea, Commander. You can't get out once you go in. It's like a black dolphin prison. Please, be at ease. You're not under any suspicion, and the venue in question is simply a room that has not been used in a long time. We won't draw attention there. The dolls look at me, waiting for my answer. The adjutant glances to the side, the guards behind us. They won't be able to buy us much time. Commander, the inspector does not want to force your involvement, but I shouldn't be saying this, but as an individual, I hope you'll bring some change. Some way to improve things. The adjutant does his best to show his sincerity. Does your inspector keep his promises? I distinctly recall him mentioning it pays well. The adjutant freezes for a moment, then he responds. I'm sure we passed off a payment. Please follow me. The adjutant pushes the door open and gestures for us to enter, while he stands watch outside. There's someone waiting inside the room. Commander of the Elmo, your reputation precedes you. I'm glad we could meet at last. Your performance during the settlement theft case has left a deep impression on me. I'm looking forward to working with you. I'm sure you will not be disappointed by the payment of this commission. He stands up and looks me over. There is no sign of anything resembling joy in his stern expression. Beside me, Qiuhua clenches her fist. I cover her hand, and then hand her off to Sabrina so the latter can try to calm her down. Hello, Inspector Leo. It seems one of my dolls was in your care previously. Allow me to thank you for your hospitality. The inspector goes silent for a moment. We regret mistaking your doll for a thief, and all suspicion on her has been cleared. If our interrogators gave away any offense, I would like to apologize on their behalf. Qiuhua, they apologized already. Don't be mad, okay? I'm not mad. I was framed. I've been running around in the Yellow Zone for years, and this is the first time anyone's treated me like a thief. Also, the inspector seems to have a commission for the commander. It's going to make things difficult for him if you stay mad at the inspector, don't you think? Sabrina patiently quells Qiuhua's wrath, which allows her to cool down and think. That kind of makes sense too. Qiuhua glares at the inspector one last time and then takes a deep breath. Fine then. For the sake of the commander and this payment, I hope we all get along. Sabrina breathes a sigh of relief as she mutters to herself. Good thing it was Qiuhua. At least he was easy to persuade. She's always been the accepting, optimistic type. I'm under my own reply to Sabrina. Maybe that's why she makes friends with everyone she goes. I just want the misunderstanding to be cleared up so it does not impede our joint operation going forward. Have a seat, Commander. The inspector pulls up a chair and we both sit down. Before we officially begin, there is one thing I'd like to verify, for safety's sake. I understand your capabilities to a certain extent, and since I have decided to trust you with this matter, I will also be placing great trust in you. To facilitate these future endeavors, I will be sharing some information with you that should not leave this room. And I ask you to keep it secret for me, whether or not we end up working together. Don't worry, we all know how things work around here. I'll get to it then. The farm lost more than those items you found. We also lost glass pieces, enough to feed hundreds of people for 6 months. Once he finishes, the room is so silent you can hear a pin drop. Wait, how many? Holy shit, that's one hell of a job! If you're talking about enough to feed hundreds of people for half a year, you need half a dozen dump trucks to carry them all, right? We were planning to use the glass pieces to purchase basic living supplies that we would be distributing to the residents on the first day of the festive trade fair. We have chosen to delay the opening ceremony, but that is not a permanent solution. Let me put it this way. Even if we distribute all the remaining supplies in a warehouse, we won't be able to support the settlement for half a year. In addition, we cannot keep delaying the opening ceremony forever. I want to hire you to find the lost glass pieces ASAP, as for payment. The inspector sounds tired and dejected, as though all of this has drained him of his emotions. He sends me a contract, which contains a respectable figure. Considering the sheer quantity of the glass pieces that went missing, don't you think calling it a simple case of lost and found is kind of insulting to the residents' intelligence? Of course, it would be strange to say they vanished all at once, but that's why I am handing this secret investigation to you. The glass pieces are normally stored in the most heavily guarded part of the warehouse. Not many people can repeatedly access that area. So you suspect someone inside the settlement was involved? If a full transport chain was involved, maybe it was a group effort. Right now, I have no idea who I can trust, so I might as well draw on an outside force for help. Thanks to this doll, I had a perfect excuse to publicly mobilize our resources to investigate the Elmo. At the very least, I am now certain that you are an uninvolved third party, at least for the moment. Everything is clear to me for now, but I have one question. I point to the payment of the contract. If the amount of class pieces we found does not match the initial estimate, then even if we do this task for you, there's no guarantee that the Farms Management Committee will be able to pay for the full amount, or even pay at all. Am I correct to assume this? Jackie Chan. The inspector signed for much longer than before. Finally, he nods. To be frank, the sum promised here is the maximum amount I can muster up, even if everything goes according to plan. The recovered class pieces are needed for the sublatory distribution. Only after those are given out can the remainder be used for payment. If you accept payment in installments, then as long as the farm survives, we'll be able to pay out their promised amount in 3 years. I am somewhat surprised by this. Isn't 3 years a little long for this? From what we saw in daytime, the Festive Trade Fair had a wealth of goods on display. Surely the farm's finances aren't that bad, are they? Part of the merchandise on display at the Festive Trade Fair is brought by brokers themselves. The rest of it is collected by the expedition team. Also, our trade with the brokers depends on what the expedition teams bring back. Right now, the nearby ruins have essentially been cleared out, so the expedition team can only go further afield. We need to take into account the impact of such factors on our work efficiency. I see. You've been very forthcoming with us, so allow me to consider your offer. I studied numbers on the contract, and then think about the almost balanced situation, and how we have very few options left. Our expenses have increased as the number of dolls joining us have gone up. Even 50% of the offer price will allow us to cover the almost operating cost. Very well, I accept. I reach out and shake the inspector's hand, then quickly finish signing the contract. And now, we can finally get down to business. Do you have any suspects in mind? Yes, the lead suspect is our accountant. Okay, I know what that actually means, but it just threw me off guard. Yes, the lead suspect is our accountant cum warehouse manager. Her name is Delia. We found some irregularities. I know I said that wrong. It's because my throat. Irregularities. I can't say it right now. We found some shit during our previous routine investigation, but we had gone missing by then. The management went through all the surveillance footage, but didn't find any trace of her. I didn't know Canada was so dangerous. When did she vanish? That was 3 days ago. This is her personnel file, including her profile, including her picture. The inspector brings up the suspect's photograph. Serena exclaims in surprise, and even Groza has a stunned look on her face. Commander, that's the lady we found! You seen her? When? Where is she now? Is she the one looking for? Things might be a little tricky. It's true we saw her, but she ran off. According to the transmission in Colfine, she had already left the Scavenger camp before we found the missing trade goods. Rosa quickly explained the situation. Have you been checking your camera footage over the past couple of days? No. The trade fair is about to begin, and our guards have been stretched thin. Also, we performed a comprehensive search before and concluded that she's already left the foreign territory. Actually, some people subscribe to the theory that the most dangerous place is the safest place. We might still have a chance. Since she's already turned up in the Scavenger's camp, we know the time frame when she left, we could try looking through the logs of the cameras nearest to the camp. That might narrow it down. Let's go, to the archives. Sometime later. I see, it all makes sense now. After she left the Scavenger's camp, she entered a civilian home and left with a trolley and supply crates, heading for the fair. She's disguised as one of the traders. Qiuhua plays the video clips of all those events in sequence, forming a complete narrative. Our eyes meet, and we decide to take action immediately. There are more people in the trade fair today than before. Everyone is smiling brightly, their faces full of hope and anticipation, utterly clueless about the disaster looming on the horizon. I glance to my side at the inspector whose face is fixed in a grim scowl, and reflect on how ignorance truly is bliss. Qiuhua, in position. I'm ready too. The disguised Delia has already come into range of the dolls. It is time to close the net. Commander, we're in range. We're ready to capture target anytime. Go. On my command, Qiuhua and Groza rush forward, seizing one of the target's arms, and Sabrina steps up in front of her. Don't panic, just here too. Delia quickly looks between the dolls and me, where her eyes light up the moment she sees the inspector, like a limp marionette suddenly imbued with a spark of life. All of us disguised ourselves before coming here, but she somehow managed to hone in onto the inspector with perfect accuracy. How she did it is a mystery. Dear customers, your order is ready. Please follow me to collect it. Huh? What order? Did we place an order? Delia lowers her voice. I won't run. Please let go of me so people won't notice. The inspector needs to know the truth. I can't let myself die before that. Delia looks at the inspector. Qiuhua and Groza look at me, awaiting my order. Why are you so afraid of me? I'm just a hurt civilian and not even armed. Let go, you came here looking for me, right? I signaled to Qiuhua and Groza to let her go. Please follow me to temporary cargo holding area, dear customers. Delia leads us away. She's trying to move quickly, but her injuries mean she isn't actually moving all that fast, which only adds to the tension. We come to a halt deep within the storage area, which is largely deserted. At first, my plan was to continue pretending to have lost my memory and stay in the capture camp before leaving the settlement. The further I got from this place, the better. Okay, so she was faking the whole time. But in the end, I couldn't do it. Delia looks towards the Scavenger's camp and sighs. Then she takes a booklet out of her pockets. There are dark red stains on it. This is the real accounting ledger from the warehouse. You'll need it. The late former warehouse manager hid it very well. Damn him. It took me a lot of effort to find it, and I doubt you're interested in hearing the details right now. Almost 3 events in a row, same background. Yeah, I know. Delia looks at the inspector. We still have no idea what that implies. For the past few years, you would go out in person and inspect the progress of the preparations for the trade fair. That was why I chose to pose as a merchant at the fair in order to increase my chances of meeting you. I needed to personally ensure this book reached your hands. Inspector, as someone I would like to report. That would be Expedition Leader Garen. For many years, he has falsified the amount of supplies gathered and falsely claimed contribution points for the expedition team. In addition, he has stolen large amounts of glass pieces. They took them in roughly 20 batches since the start of last month. The evidence is included in that ledger. A cold wind blows. For a while, everyone is silent. Is it a tradition in this settlement to drop bombshell news with completely straight faces? Contorting your faces for emotional expression consumes energy, which is a luxury I do not have right now. Delia wobbles as another gust of wind blows, and Sabrina worriedly moves up to support her. You need medical attention. Delia waves her off, her eyes still fixed on the inspector. The previous warehouse manager was in on it, but it seems he had a disagreement with Garen on the matter of the glass pieces, so he was killed. The moment I took over, I noticed something wrong with the accounts and was nearly silenced as a result. My would-be killers thought I was dead and threw me into a disused storm drain. If these dolls hadn't been there, nobody would have found my corpse. Who do you think sent those killers? And what weapons do you think they used? The inspector does not reply. Rosa and Sabrina quietly look away. It was quite embarrassing to be called out for illegal immigration right in front of the region's supreme authority. I fled here because of disaster. I know just how bad life is in the Yellow Zone can be. It took a long time and a lot of hard work for the settlement to get how it is today, and it's thanks to everyone's efforts that it's still going. I decided I'm done fleeing. It's too tiring for me. Can you take care of this, Inspector? Right now, the only person who can stand up to Leader Garen, the only one we can count on, is you. It is at this point that the inspector breaks his silence. You ought to know that just one piece of evidence isn't enough. The former warehouse manager's body has already been disposed of. That took the dead man would not be telling any tales. We have a duty to the residents. Everyone has worked hard all year and handed their excess wealth and resources to the mansion to handle. Hardly anyone has any reserves. Now that the celebration is at hand, we both know that people are going to start panicking if the supplies aren't handed out, and it'll soon erupt to unrest and chaos like the outside. This is more than a simple case of death, so I urge you to treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. I understand the gravity of what you said, and I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Until then, the guards will arrange for you to be housed in a safe location and receive round-the-clock protection. In jail? I had considered that option. The inspector ignores Qiuhua's groans and looks Delia in the eye. The farm does not have any dedicated witness protection areas, so in lieu of that, a prison cell would have more secure location. As it is staffed with reliable personnel and its layout is already well known, currently it is the best option for protecting a sensitive witness. I will do my best to furnish you with a comfortable environment and medical care in your cell. You will only be detained for a short period of time in order to ensure your safety. You don't have to explain further. I trust you will do the right thing. Inspector, I have already celebrated many celebrations here, and the management, you have never once missed a single one, which is why everyone has come to trust you. Delia thanks and she fixes the inspector with a stern look. I believe you understand the significance of the celebration in everyone's eyes. It's more than just a day to collect the living supplies. It's a symbol of hope in the future. It shows that the path of unity, cooperation, and coexistence that we chose to cling to is a meaningful one. The guy looks really fungible. He is. So please, may this celebration be a happy one. I will do my utmost. The inspector's adjutant and his men escort Delia away and out of sight. Hey Kukong, how's it going? Sabrina notes that the inspector's hands are balled up into fists. She nervously moves closer to me before whispering into my ear. Is he gonna be alright? He seems a little, Isn't it a good thing that we have an idea where to find the missing glass pieces? I remember the vendors talking about the inspector and the expedition leader's shared past. They were battle buddies once. And then most because I need a bat to the face. Yo, how's it going? It's going. It's good for the case, but for him as a person, well, human emotions are a complex thing. We return to the admin center with the inspector. There's a gloomy mood in the air. What story is this? I don't know. The inspector looks down at Delia's notes as he flips through them. In addition to the accounting data, Delia has tried to provide as much additional information as she could. What do you think the information provided by that witness? Even if the witness' testimony can be corroborated, the charges are being levied against a core figure of the farm. I believe having more proof would be helpful to the case. There are cameras throughout the farm. There is no way for opposition to hide if they make a move, so verifying it won't be difficult. The problem now is how far you're willing to go to gather this proof. The inspector remains silent in his seat, as if he's morphed into a statue. He remained ill at ease while sitting in the chair, as if the temporary meeting room suddenly seems very cramped. Let's verify the evidence. The area surrounding the location where the witness was attacked was covered by a camera. Its focus should be in the appropriate security kiosk. I'll have people give you today's cipher key. Commander, I hope you will verify the truth of this attack, and I also need to know the identity of the person who attacked her. Take whatever screenshots you need and send them to my adjutant. He will corroborate against it. He'll corroborate it against the database of residents. Of course she is. You know who I would love to be hugged by though, besides Qiuhua? Sabrina. She has a lot to hug. This mission is still secret, so I hope you will maintain a low profile. A secret, Are you worried about something, Inspector? The inspector looks up. There's a sharp glint in his eyes. It's just in case. Neither the management or the guards can be fully trusted. Not as much as Sabrina. Sabrina has a lot to hug. Yeah, that's just a head kiss, though. Ain't nothing special. My action is beyond suspicion. He is reliable, I am sure of that. Understood. All the best to both of us. I lead the dolls to the security kiosk in question. Damn it! Someone's messed up this camera too. Wait, 2? Why did I say 2? That's because the tampering here is almost exactly like was done in the mini robot theft incident. Don't tell me the same person was behind both cases. It's hard to say. You don't have enough evidence. Let's start by restoring the original footage. We just need to connect to level 2 like last time, right? Shouldn't be a problem. The Lynx man will go for a hug. We men, we would go to war for a single hug. The data restoration is complete. Mortal hugs? I think people even said a mortal hug. I wouldn't though, because I would imagine she'd just kill me. I should go for a hug, yeah. In the restored footage, we can see Delia falling over after being shot. The killer approaches and drags her into a nearby storm drain. Oh, hug Mortal and Abrogate at the same time. Dude, you can't be that into crazy chicks. I thought it was just RPK. Looks like we're in luck. We got several shots of the killer's face. I'll send images to the adjutant. While you're at it, ask Inspector about how to proceed next. Should we head back to the admin center and meet up with them? We found a secluded corner and take a quick rest. Lives indeed. Shortly afterwards, the communication alert beeps. It's in our DNA. It's from the inspector. Put it through. First, quickly explains what we discovered. Yes, Adjutant told me that there was a match in the resident database. The man is a high-ranking member of the expedition team. All right. The expedition team, you say? Let's go catch the leader now. What's his name again? I think he's called Garen. If it really was an inside job, then a lot of doubts from before can be answered. The spat of thefts from the residential areas and trade fair would force the guards to focus on them, which probably means the warehouse wouldn't be as closely guarded as before, right? The people would know this best would obviously be core members of the management. Garen, funny name, Demacia! Yes, that's right. And then there's that story about the Neon causing trouble. The one that came from the member of the X-Team too. Right? Someone's uncle's nephew, roommate's father, or something? All this makes sense. All this makes the X-Team look more suspicious. But it doesn't directly implicate Garen. Hey, are you still holding on to a past friendship or something? Everyone's glass pieces are missing here. Aren't we all going to starve if you drag your feet? Qiuhua, I'm sure the inspector knows this. Just need some time. I stopped Qiuhua from pressing further. He has done a lot of work for the settlement, and people trust him as much as they do me. I need to I need to proceed carefully when it comes to him. But the Professor's Trade Fair opening ceremony is coming, and you've already delayed it once. Yes, the traders with our supplies arrive at the farm next week. If we leave them be and fail to close the trade with them, they'll cancel it and leave. These brokers are not in the habit of hanging around and wasting time. Well, I have to say that you guys have your principles. A lot of settlements would choose to just rob the brokers outright. I've seen plenty of that in the Yellow Zone. Trade requires stability and trust. Those settlements you were talking about probably don't last long. Also, we have too many non-combatants here, and we can't afford to have a firefight at checkpoint. That's also a major factor in all this. The inspector versus temples. Can't you, give out a little less? I would rather avoid such a course of action unless I absolutely have no choice. The management does not rely entirely on the guards to maintain order. The residents obey our regulations because they have faith in us, and a major part of that is not stealing from each other. The residents' obedience is directly predicated on the management's willingness to keep their word. It's a virtuous cycle. Once trust in management is gone, nobody will buy into the social contract anymore. That way lies chaos. We saw the expedition team before, and there's one thing I'm curious about. Are most of the settlement's weapons concentrated in the expedition team? Jackie Chan. Yeah, the only group that needs to lead the settlement to work, and they shoulder the greatest risk. Naturally, we give them our best gear, including over 70% of our protective gear, weapons, and ammo to be distributed as they see fit. If the situation truly calls for it, we may need to disperse the residents. I understand your concerns. The truth is, I have an idea, but it's a risky one. Come over to the admin area. We can talk there. No. Guys, I won't lie, I am so hungry right now. Like, all I had today was a smoothie. That was a bad choice. I am so hungry. No. This must be done. That's a Sabrina Qiuhua sandwich. No, this must be done. 2 days later, early in the morning, a broker convoy loaded with supplies leaves the settlement. A mukbang. Perhaps it's out of pity, or perhaps it's to repay the inspector's honest dealings with them, but they have made their exit without fanfare. Leo! How can you even sit there on your ass at a time like this? Thanks! I appreciate that. That needs to be $20 though. Just saying. DoorDash is like $20 per delivery. The door to the inspector's office flies open. I'll shove it through the screen. That'd be nice, but no, you can keep eating. They really left. What should we do about that supplies now? This man from the expedition team projects an air of strength and danger, like a veteran Jaeger captain or the leader of a band of bounty hunters. Damn, you're right, Lamel. Thanks for the 20 total. Intrinsic, I appreciate it. The supply problem has been taken care of, Mr. Garen. Thanks, Dylan, appreciate it. I nod to Garen. It is only then that he realizes my presence. I thought Garen was supposed to be super muscular and tall. He not to share. Also, he doesn't look like a Garen at all. He looks like a Mark. Or a Jacob. And who's this? A guest of yours? John Garen. The expedition leader looks at the inspector. This is the commander of the Elmo, our new partner. Play Tarkov. We're partnered with the broker Amina, who I introduced to the inspector. She can accept a short-term deferral and payment with my guarantee. You sounded desperate, so she's on her way now. Once again, I thank you for your help in this hour of need. All the residents will remember your kindness. This development seems to have taken Garen by surprise, because he pauses before speaking. Oh, it's been settled, huh? Alright then. Miss Amina doesn't know the region well, so we are planning to send a team out to receive her. It's no problem. Garen thanks for a moment, and then he adds something else. You Garson had to leave settlement often, so you probably don't have to know. You probably don't know the way. Let me handle the meeting. I'll bring my boys along. I can rest assured that with you handling things, the festive trade fair is almost here. We cannot have any slip-ups. Looks like we can be Amina together, Leader Garen.
I'll get my guys ready.
In the blink of an eye, it's time to head out.
The commander, was it? Let's go, you lead the way.
Hang on, the inspector isn't here yet.
The hell you need him for? You're an outsider, so you probably don't know. But all he does is send the expedition team off every now and then. He's too busy to come each time. Let's go! The ball are waiting for him!
Sabrina looks surprised. Huh? Didn't you know, Leader Garen? The inspector is coming with us to meet Amina.
Say what?
I hear the sound of footsteps behind us. It's the inspector. Sorry to keep you waiting. We can go now.
Leah, what the hell? You finished all your business? The fair is about to begin, you know. Aren't you supposed to stay home and make sure everything's running fine? The hell are you doing out here?
This shipment's of vital importance. If anything goes wrong with it, nothing else will matter. So if anything comes up, having me around will make things go more smoothly.
Huh, it's been years since you've been outside town. Don't you think you're getting a little too old for this? Just settle down. We don't need sudden stones from you at a critical moment like this. If you want to go out on the ride, I'll bring you with me on our next expedition.
Is that Shaquille O'Neal? Does he actually sound like that? It's been a long time since I heard Shaq, so I can't actually remember. You can save it. I've already made up my... Waiting just a minute, because I did flash... That I went down for like a flash of a second. Let me know when we're back. Darren O'Neal? I am back? Okay, alright. Time to head out. Since you're clearly value that shipment very highly, it's best you make the decision soon. Let's go. Garen clearly hasn't given up on dissuading Leo, but the inspector ignores him and looks at me. What's up, everyone? Follow us. Will Shaq play Gacha together? You know what? I believe so, yes. Plenty of, I shouldn't say athletes, but plenty of competitive people do play Gacha games. Now, will Shaq play a Japanese Gacha or an Eastern Gacha game? Probably not. But he would play something like Diablo, which has a gacha in it. The jeeps race over the wilderness, stabbing into the horde of Elis like a lance.
Fuck!
I don't know what made me laugh.
Fuck! What kind of shitty road is this?
Garen's voice is even louder with the wind blowing right in his face. He has a face. The familiar outdoors seem to have caused him to shed some of his restraint. I'm not called Diablo a real gacha though, but it does have gacha mechanics, so it does count. Like Diablo Immortal. Basically, the gacha is drops. You pay money to go into a dungeon, and then you beat the dungeon, and then you get random drops. Obviously, it's a bad gacha, but it's Diablo, so people play it. Well, they used to play it. I'm not sure if it's still standing now. Time is tight, and the terrain here is comparatively flat, so going straight would be quicker. Freaky ass thumbnail. As for the occasional obstacle, an elite blocking our path collapses as a gunshot rings out. The Inspector's action supplies the answer. Well, nice shot, Inspector. My brain's on legit Diablo. True. Yeah. I never played Immortal before because I'm like, why would I play that when there's actually good Diablo on my PC? Meh. I haven't been in a firefight for too long. Gotten rusty compared to back then. The Inspector laughs in his self-deprecating way, and his mouth curves up into a smile. Back then? I heard the vendors at the fair say Inspector Leon and leader Garen used to be pals in the bounty hunter crew back in the day. The out of season, yeah, basically, yeah.
Yup, sure were. This guy used to be a real William Tell. William!
Oh, sorry, that was a trigger.
He knocked them down as fast as they popped up. That shot just now was too slow, nothing like how he was at his peak.
Most bounty hunters tend to stay on the move. Once they finish sweeping an area, they move on to the next, and their routes are largely decided by the commissions. So why did you guys decide to quit the business and settle down?
True.
This seems to be the ancient history for them. Garen thinks for a long time before finally giving an answer.
Yeah, we messed up once many times. Lots of our guys got hurt bad or kicked the bucket. In the end, our crew broke up. You know how life is in Yellow Zone. This sort of thing happens all the time. All you need is to fill your belly. Take me, for example. As long as you got the skills to pay the bills, you can eat well no matter where you go.
You know what? I almost indulged you in translate, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to sound goofy. Spicy chili flavor? Probably not. Rosa drives the Jeep over a sandy curve, and all conversation stops for a bit. We end up swaying back and forth for some time before we can finally settle down. Our crew was never really that united to begin with, and we have discussions before doing anything. Anyone who agreed would join us on the commission, and anyone who didn't wouldn't take part. While we lived and ate together, we didn't have much in the way of common consensus or close ties. Yeah, remember that blonde-haired midget from back in the day?
I think so. What happened to him? I don't remember anything about him. Don't think we rebuilt that farm with us.
Well, he loved picking up the first aid kits and would always go straight for them. Whenever our guys got hurt, they had to buy medical supplies off of him, and if you couldn't pay, he just watched you die in front of him.
Oh yeah, I remember now. You guys were always a busybody. I can't remember how many times you lent money to the people begging him for the meds. In the end, everyone you lent money to died. and you didn't get a single credit back.
Hey, yeah! Hey, yeah? Lending money in Yellow Zone is risky. You need to invest wisely. That said, you're a good man for doing what you did, Inspector. Hats off to you. Well, that blonde midget died later on, and nobody ever found that medical chest he always carried with him.
Well, no shit! Hell, it might not even have been the enemy that got him. One of our guys might have been eyeing his meds. Back then, we were always coming back with fewer people than we started out with. Some died and some left. Who's to say that one of them didn't take the chest and scrammed?
Back then, people only cared about what they needed at the moment. It wasn't uncommon for an infighting to happen because they found something valuable. Crews like that would either crumble or fall apart with themselves. Where's my ex-wife, Lentine? I don't know. I actually want to know. Garen frowns. It seems like he's realizing something, because his tone changes.
That's it. It's the Yellow Zone, Leo. It's like that everywhere. We're all going to die sooner or later. So I'll just have to fight to survive for as long as I can. How did that saying go? Seize the day?
I thought that rather than drifting aimlessly, it was better to find a place to settle down. It wasn't necessarily to be worse than being a bounty hunter. That's why we came to Darksteel Farm after the crew disbanded. A strange silence fills the jeep. Just then, we spot a plume of smoke in the distance. Commander, a pack of elites is approaching us. They're just in time. I've been meaning to give these old bulls of mine a little workout. Except you're not doing shit, brother. You're not a playable character. One, you're not a doll. Two, you're a dude. The only playable guy that we want here is the commander, and I guess the others from Project Neurocloud, but we don't talk about them. Man, imagine trying to order something. Couldn't be me. Yeah, I like some of the guys in Project Neurocloud, for sure. It's a little much. A little too much. I don't want to get that. We want this stuff. Let's do that. Okay, I got my order in. We're good. Thanks for the donations for that. You guys didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. Imagine Commander playable like PGR Commander. I would love that, honestly. But it had to be like a Commander in like a tank or something. I got a hot sub. more or less. Have you heard the restaurant called Charlie's? I ordered it from there. How about the doll's fire? The elite instinctively flock towards the direction where the gunfire is more sparse. There, Garen and the rest of the expedition team members are having a hard fight. Okay.
Don't have a go if you're hard enough. Oh, God!
Garen's shout becomes a cry of pain. Yeah, I don't want to talk about. His heavy armor provides him a solid defense, but it also makes him too slow to avoid the attacks coming from all directions. Qiuhua's voice comes in over our encrypted channel. Commander, we've largely cleared out this side. Should we go over to assist? No need to rush. Approach the combat area and wait for my signal. Alright, chicken? No. It's actually just called Charlie's. Oh, you order subs from there. I watch Inspector Leo head towards Garen. After ensuring that the tactical situation is under control, I take out my binoculars. Behind Garen, an elite is about to bash his brains out. Garen, get down! Inspector Leo raises his gun, and Garen instinctively ducks. The bang which follows is lost on the clamor of battle, but the elite behind Garen crumples to the ground. However, this is just a single insignificant moment of the battlefield, and more elites pounce on them. Yeah. Qiuhua, Sabrina, go back them up. Sure thing. I've been waiting for this. Even after putting down my binoculars, I can still see Qiuhua dragging Sabrina over to help them. From the driver's seat? Maybe seat? From the driver's seat, Grissa smiles. As lively as ever. Qiuhua, I mean. Yes, she's very good at managing the mood. The battle soon ends and the others return to the jeep. Garen and the inspector collapse into their seats to regain their strength. Everyone all right? When is part 3 at the Divide event? Next week. Should be next week.
Some of our boys on the jeep were over there are hurt. Nothing major though, so it's no big deal. It was a little close back there, but we're vets in the Yellow Zone, so it's not like we haven't seen this shit before.
Back when we first came to the farm, it was still a heap of rubble, and there were elites running around inside its perimeter. Garen was always at the head of the pack whenever there was an attack. Still remember those days, Garen?
How could I possibly forget?
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at my own joke.
How could I possibly forget? We couldn't find it anywhere to take cover, so we had to pitch our tents inside one of those condemned buildings. I think it was around the time as now, yeah? You had to sleep with one eye open, and one night I woke up to an alien about to bite my fucking nose off.
Oh yes, it was cold that night. I thought we were done for. We used up all our ammo and nearly froze to death. Qiuhua tenses up as she hears this. What happened then? How did you survive? Well, we somehow managed to fight them off. While we were picking up the pieces, we suddenly heard a broadcast on the radio. It was a Festus song, and Garen began whistling along with it. Soon everyone joined in, even though their singing was terrible. I still remember the warmth of the sun that day. It was a good start to the day.
I still remember passing Green Zone convoy As if we were setting off fireworks last night. Yeah, we were shooting off fucking RPGs all night long. How's that for fireworks?
They go back and forth, reminiscing about the past. The mood in the air is the most relaxed that it has been so far.
You shut that Edith off my face back then, didn't you? Just like now. Man, I'd been dead if it wasn't for you. That Edith had a whistle on it. I cleaned it and gave it to you as a memento. Still remember it?
Of course. I've been holding on to it all this time. At this point, Garen falls silent and says no more. The inspector looks calmly at Garen. So, working together was worthwhile, right? After that, we built the farm into what it is today. I believe that focusing on rules and helping each other out meant that the farm wouldn't fall apart in a few years, like most bounty hunter crews. You know how it is. We humans are tiny specks. It's only by banding together that we have a chance against the storm of life. Qiuhua nods vigorously, almost about to chime in with approval. I tug on her to interrupt her from doing so. Well, it's almost time for the festive trade fair. Our class pieces were stolen and we can't buy the supplies we need. The farm's facing an invisible storm of its own. We built this farm together, and I want to keep it standing until the very end. Garen, will you help me like you did back then? Garen looks down and then he laughs.
You're as stubborn as ever.
The inspector turns away and looks with a look of disappointment on his face, looking at the road ahead. Just then, a text alert breaks the silence. Gentlemen, Aminda is here, and we're almost at the designated meeting point.
これもみんなのおかげだ。
One day, we'll see Nemesis again. He knows I've seen her in a while. There are two people in the vehicle shelter. They're leaning against a truck in the shelter, waiting for us. We dismount to show our respect and trust. That said, despite being several hundred meters away, one of them is already jumping and hopping around. Commander! Over here! Bepley's here! Bepley happily runs up to us. Don't worry, Commander. Bepley knows today's mission. Bepley will put on a good show. Mr. Pisa? Is something wrong? Kolfin quickly fiddles with Bepley's Miss M. Pizarro's backpack, taking advantage of Bepley's distraction to flash the others a placating smile. Sorry, she's new. I'm Aminda, and it's nice to meet new clients. Qiuhua quickly strives mightily to control her laughter and looks away, not daring to look further. Sabrina smiles too, only Groza remains calm. The commander has given me a rough summary of the situation. I brought what you want. The payment will be in installments. The details are all in the contract. Since time is tight, shall we set off now and bring the goods back to the settlement right away?
Hang on. I want to check the merch. Open the cargo bay and let's have a look at it.
As he says this, Garen brings his armed expeditioners over to the truck. Certainly. Kolfin calmly opens the cargo bay. The expedition team members move crate after crate of cargo out, and laid them in neat rows on the ground before inspecting them. As he moved towards the crates with deep within, Kofi moves to stop them. We're deep in the middle of Yellow Zone, right? Surely bringing all of them out would be a little dangerous. We ran to the Vaegers. Well, my humble enterprise wouldn't be able to take those losses if you couldn't move them all back in time. Garrett, we're getting the goods first and paying them later. We can inventory the cargo when we get back. No need to worry about pulling them tricks. Yep, that's right. Anything could happen out here, so it's best to get it back to safety first. Garrett, just check a few of them. We should prepare to head back soon. The expeditioners do not stop opening crates and ignore the inspector's words. My pulse quickens. These resource crates are placeholders borrowed from the Elmo. Not all of them are filled with supplies, and there's no telling when they'll open one that's filled with sand.
Fine. Stop and load it all back up.
Let's go. We'll lead the way. The inspector turns away. A weapon chambers with an audible click from behind him. More plumes of dust rise up from the distance as more jeeps drive over, easily cutting us off from the truck. These vehicles had the emblems of the expedition team on them, but they weren't in the convoy just now. Leader Garen, what's the meaning of this? So is this what you chose in the end, Garen? Armed and armored men jump down from the jeeps and approach us. The guns are aimed at the inspector and me. The dolls immediately form a screen in front of us.
Broker, this is farm business. Stay out of it. You get your money you were promised an extra 10% as gratuity.
Sure, we'll be good. Kofi smiles and backs up with her hand behind her back, but I sense she's waiting for my command. I give her an almost imperceptible nod by the way of response.
And you, Commander, what is it? The emo? If you butt out now, we'll pay you off too.
Unfortunately, in our line of work, we have these things called principles, you see. Plus, I have a reputation to think about, so unfortunately, I can't do that. I mock bow an apology, but stand my ground. Garen snores. There are far more expedition members now than before. Clearly this has given him a huge boost of confidence.
Not leaving? Then now you're just asking to die?
Before that, can I ask why you're doing this? On account of the fact that we used to be friends.
Shit, you don't know? I figured I'd give you a freebie before you die. I took the glass pieces. I want to screw your little festive fair over, and I wanted those losers that you took pity on to kick you out, along with all those useless bums you hired. You just run the farm into the ground with those losers dragging you down. We and the expedition team do most of the work and rest the most work. I should have just been the inspector in the first place.
Garen gets more and more worked up as he speaks, as though he's pouring out years of frustration at once.
Do you know how many of my boys died out there? Do you even recognize their faces? Have you ever seen them bleed, get their limbs torn off? Are there crystals growing through their bodies? They died for the supplies we brought back. Why should we share with those useless bums back in the farm? Those vendors and scavengers are all equally useless. This is the Yellow Zone. If we can find it, you think we can't sell it? And your guards are just as useless. If it wasn't for the expedition team covering for them, what the fuck would they be able to... What the fuck would they even be able to protect? But in the end, the supplies got around to everyone anyway.
Garen wishes his gun around wildly as he vents, but he never once pointed at the inspector. It seems at this moment, getting all this off his chest is more satisfying for him than just finish us off. So that's what you were upset about. But have you ever considered what would happen to the farm if things hadn't developed as you expected? What good would the title Inspector be if the farm had fallen into eternal upheavals? Would your expedition team be able to escape all that untouched?
So what if I didn't think about it? I still believe that anyone who's strong enough can survive anywhere he ends up. You want to know how much the farm is spending and how much we're taking in? We pretty much swept all the nearby caches, and our expeditions are going further and further, about twice as long as before. Even if we can sustain our numbers at the moment, what about in 3 years' time? Or 5? Don't forget all those useless mouths you're taking in are popping out brats too.
You can't think that way. There are others working the farm too. They're establishing a logistics chain for you, and the kids will grow up to be productive members of the community. Please, reconsider, Garen. Put your guns down. The farm still needs the expedition team. We can still make it work.
Are you fucking blind? How many people do you have? How many people do I have? I'll make a counter offer. Take your hired guns and get lost. Never come back to the farm or I'll spare your life.
So there's no room for discussion then.
You can run or die. Pick one. Oh, but don't worry. I'll tell them you died along the way. Everyone will remember you. Once I become the inspector, Darksteel Farm will become the most powerful settlement in the Yellow Zone under me. I'll keep the vendors who make good pitches. As for the rest, they can fuck off.
It seems there's nothing else to say.
I give you the chance to leave. You're the one who rejected it. Get 'em, boys!
Garen signals the expedition team to attack. Some of them hesitate since the target is the inspector, but after seeing their colleagues moving, they raise their guns too. Alright then. At some point, the inspector has pulled out an old whistle. He blows on it. The shrill sound echoes through the sky. It is answered by the sound of jeeps roaring through the distance from afar. These are reinforcements from the guard squads. Whoa, is that a whistle-shaped transmitter? I've been meaning to modify my own transmitter with whistle style sounding like that. I bet it would look great on the commander. Turns out someone else already did it. A whistle, you say? Didn't it come up in that story just now? Oh, it's nothing. It's not important. Let's get ready for battle too. Rosa, Sabrina, and Qiuhua at the side. I signal to Culpin and Vepley too. Time for Vepley's exciting debut! I'm ready, Commander. Culpin draws her gun, ready for battle. Now, the expedition team's advantage is no more. Garen's eyes go wide, and he looks incredulously at the inspector.
You knew? That's impossible! When did you find out? Or did... So you never trust me in the first place, did you?
The inspector's eyes are filled with a complex mix of emotions. 10 minutes ago, I was still thinking that if you were willing to give up on this, I could continue pretending that nothing happened. Sorry, Garen. Yeah, don't forget food. Let's see. It's not here yet. It'll be here in 20 minutes. For some reason. It's actually quite late. What the hell? Oh well. Commander, we're ready for battle. Your orders, please. Roger that. Everyone, mission start. Traders Feel Betrayed classic. Yeah.
削除します。交代するのが今のうちよ。交代するのが今のうちよ。上げていくよ。
Someone shoot him. Thank you, Kukai. Several guards have Garen tied up. The inspector walks up to him. Tell me where the class pieces. Tell me where the class pieces are, Garen. You sounded confident enough to give that broker a 10% bonus, so I'm sure you hid them somewhere. At first, we thought that Garen wouldn't tell us. After all, the collapse pieces were a valuable bargaining chip, enough to buy his life. However, he gives out the location so readily that it catches everyone off guard. Got that? The law, Commander. I recorded the coordinates too. It's inside Darksteel Farm, deep inside the ruins, it seems.
Sure, I lost. I wasn't wrong though. I just wasn't strong enough, I admit that. Leo, I'll be watching you from the afterlife.
He snores derisively.
Well, leaving that aside, if you ask me, things won't end well for softies like you, Leo. Still, considering these be buddies, I hope you make it to the next year.
Thank you, Garen. As the inspector looks at his former friend, his face is a mass of pity and regret. Then he chambers around. Garen leans forward, resting his head against the muzzle of the inspector's gun. Commander, this is an internal matter for the farm. Would you mind? Oh, the dolls and I are just going to scout the perimeter. Been a while since we went for a walk in the wasteland. I gather the dolls and lead them away with me. Behind us, the guards have Garen's men at gunpoint. By the time we get back on the jeep, the faint sounds of cracks and pots can be heard in the distance. It sounds just like fireworks in the green zone, doesn't it? I wouldn't call getting executed like fireworks, but sure. Yeah, out with the old, in with the new. Leave all the bad stuff behind and welcome a brand new start. I hope they will see a new beginning. Despite Qiuhua's attempts to cheer everyone up, everyone is still strangely gloomy. I pat them all on the shoulder. With your 3 arms? Because there's 3 dolls. Actually, 5. Yeah, you're right. They went through way worse. Just in Perry sends us a transmission. Commander, I contacted Amita as requested. We're together now. I think the sound of gunfire died down. Can we approach? It says Euclid arm. Yes, escort Amina to the real meetup point. The farm's inspector will be there after we arrive. Roger that! Harry answered transmission. Several days ago, after Qiuhua and I asked Amina for help, the real Amina responded to us. I arranged for Perry to have her wait nearby so she wouldn't get caught up in the fighting, while Colpine and Bepley impersonated her. The inspector and Amina quickly gave the supplies a once-over, and on the way back, the inspector chooses to ride with us. When we go back, I'll tell them that Garen and S15 were attacked by Raiders and died. I trust you all know what to do and don't need me to elaborate, right? Understood. Don't worry. Our lips are sealed. Can I ask about something? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. I saw some of the expedition team members were kind of confused about what to do. They didn't really seem too heavily involved in all this. Are they going to die gloriously too? There weren't a lot of outsiders, so the guards are going to have a good long chat with the survivors. They're probably going to be traumatized after watching their teammates die, so they'll need some follow-up therapy for a while. Then, once they're fully recovered, they can go back to work. The inspector says all this with a straight face, as though Garen had actually been killed in a regular attack. Oh, Inspector, there's a little splash on your neck. Sabrina touches her neck to indicate the spot in question. The inspector reaches out to try and wipe the stain, but only spreads the reddish brown color further, like a wound that will not heal. Let me do it. I squirt some water from my hydration pack, and finally the wound is wiped away. I note the whistle-shaped transmitter hanging around his neck is now outside of his shirt. Is that the whistle Garen gave you? The inspector looks down and reaches out to hold it. Yes. He doesn't elaborate, but he doesn't take it off either. He only stuffs it back inside his shirt. I didn't fight for a long time before today. But now, I feel like I'm a bounty hunter again. The road is rough and the engine roars. We shake and shudder inside the vehicle. We shake and shudder inside the vehicle, not knowing what lies ahead of us. The leader of a bounty hunter crew ought to protect his people, as settlement leaders ought to protect his home. It's the same thing. You are more qualified to be a leader. My words force a laugh from the inspector. Actually, I have a question I'd like to ask. It's just an idle question, so don't take it seriously. What are you planning to do after this trade fair? The expedition team was your primary source of income, right? The inspector is silent for a while. There's too many things I have to do. I don't know where to begin. The expedition team has lost its leader. We'll need to appoint a new one and recruit new members. Garen's concerns were valid. The farm needs to improve its productivity and find new resources. The path to survival will be difficult, but I believe when one door closes, another opens. His tongue grows more and more grim as he contemplates these matters. Now that I think about it, I should have seen this coming. The expedition team has been unhappy for a while about how resources were allocated for a long time now. I told him that our current reward scheme favors the expedition team's contributions over all others. Plus, even if he had one, it wouldn't change the fact that he needed support staff. Everyone in the settlement has their own tasks to complete. The inspector pauses, then looks at Qiuhua before continuing. Apart from the scavengers. Huh? Well, why'd you suddenly... Yura told me that scavengers could effectively develop ruins, and that they knew various agricultural techniques which could provide us with a limited source of food. But he was wrong. The residents don't see any value in keeping them. That was also one of the factors that drove Garen to his rebellion, although I didn't expect him to actually do it. It isn't just the team that's unhappy about them. If we don't solve the problem of the scavengers, the other residents won't be able to tolerate them either. Do you regret taking them in? The inspector thinks, then he shakes his head. Darksteel Farm is their home, and people in the Yellow Zone have all had times when they were adrift and lost, myself included. Nobody wants to lose their home a second time. I'll do my best to buy them some time, but I also need to take the well-being of all the residents into consideration too. So, in the end, they'll have to rely on themselves. After the inspector says this, We all fall silent for a while. Well, if it's just about food, I might have a solution there. Or rather, I'm pretty sure I have a solution. We all look at Qiuhua. I wanted to mention this earlier, but we had all this stuff going on, so I never had a chance to tell Yura. Anyway, I saw Sola's hazelnuts while we were exploring the ruins. What's that? It's that poisonous plant Yura was talking about. Actually, it grows fruit. You just need to crack them open and process them. But in short, they're edible. I spent a long time in the Yellow Zone running around and studying what new life forms in the Yellow Zone can and can't be eaten, so I think you can trust me on this. Ah, I can vouch for that. Qiuhua's a proper Yellow Zone master chef now. The fact that they're everywhere in the ruins means raising them is pretty simple. Even if you need some time to grow them, just harvesting what's in the ruins should be enough to tide you over for a year and a half or so. Also, they're really filling too. In short, I think the scavengers will be able to feed themselves. It would be great if they could cultivate them. Relax, Inspector. I'm sure the encounters can do that too. The truth is, I disagree with what Leader Garen has said before. Qiuhua hesitates, but she ultimately decides to continue with the topic. Even if things are tough now, based on what I've seen of people in the Yellow Zone these few years, I believe humans will continue to survive and the world will continue to get better. Someday, everyone will be able to eat and wear a full set of comfortable clothes that fit well and do the work they like. Of course, the requirement for that is that the people don't give up. No matter what choices they make, whether they accept or reject something, they have to keep going on. As for me, I'll keep doing what I can, which is to make sure everyone gets something to eat. Mr. Inspector, you aren't a weak man. You'll live a good long time, and maybe when your hair turns gray and white, you'll see a kinder, gentler world like we've never seen before. For once, Qiuhua is absolutely serious and solemn. Everyone is briefly stunned into silence until Sabrina giggles. Bravo! That's exactly the kind of thing you say, Qiuhua. What do you mean by that? Of course I say something like that! The dolls begin squabbling as the jeep continues forward. And from the corner of my eye, I can see the Inspector smiling too. I smell a new Raymond being born. What does that mean? Na. Oh, we got one more, don't we? Or was that it? One more. We find the glass pieces at the location Garen gave us, and the festival takes place as planned. Unlike the previous years, this year's ceremony includes a memorial service for the fallen members of the expedition team. After the solemn event, the distribution of annual supplies takes place, and settlement erupts into wild revelry. Chief Yura, your boxes looks really heavy. Need help carrying them? It's alright. We scavengers didn't have that many contribution points, so we only managed to collect a few boxes. I can handle 3 more loads like this by myself. You don't have to push yourself so hard. Commander, can you understand the joy I'm feeling right now? I'm carrying our supplies, and the more I have, the heavier they are. So the extra weight is actually a sense of security, or the tiredness that comes from the happiness. At Yura's insistence, all we can do is watch him return with his hands full, without lifting a finger to help. By the time we return to the Scavenger's camp, Qiuhua has just finished her tutorial on how to cook and prepare the soulless hazelnuts, and we can hear her bright, cheery voice through the flaps of the tent. Once again, I emphasize, you absolutely have to make sure that you cook it thoroughly. If it's not properly cooked, you mustn't eat it. Dude is not emotional whatsoever, yeah. Because he's a default portrait. Rosa has taken Sabrina to go shopping, which leaves me with nothing to do but watch the scavengers as they begin cultivating their test plot. Shortly afterwards, I hear footsteps from behind as Qiuhua walks up to me. Done the lesson? Yep. My students are doing self-study now. I hope we won't have to get any food poisoning cases tonight. Qiuhua moves to my side. The scavengers are laboring their various tasks, and for the moment, nobody notices us. In the past, I left that green zone farm because I saw a lot of cases where people and places fell apart. When I delivered fancy and expensive ingredients to the green zone restaurants, I watched people throw away leftovers without second thought. But when I did deliveries in the yellow zone, every moment and every place I visited had people plagued by hunger, pain, and fear. I couldn't change the restaurants in the green zone, but there's a lot I can do in the yellow zone. Qiuhua's voice is quieter and gentler than usual. Truth is, I wasn't always good at cooking, but I spent the past few years focusing on food, looking for hidden gems among ingredients and figuring out how to prepare them. Slowly, my cooking skills improved. Food. It seems to have a magical power that can ease pain. People would sigh in relief after eating the stuff I made. Perhaps feeling hungry is something like the hope to survive, don't you think? People still waste food even pop on the road, huh? Well, we have to keep in mind the people in the green zone. They're sitting pretty. It would basically be just like living in a city today. As long as nothing happens, then the green zone is perfectly normal. And it's even worse than the white zone, because the white zone is where the nobles are, more or less. You've grown a lot in your search for cooking skills. You done well during this incident. Really? Qiuhua looks at me, her eyes shining like stars. I'm glad you approve, Commander. You know, I haven't thanked you for helping me with this whole thing, Commander. I think you should audition for female voice acting. No! No. No, I am... I am terrible at female voice acting. So, I know a few people who can actually, by people I mean guys, who can actually do great female voice acting. I am nowhere near that. You don't need to. That was an interesting experience for me. What do you mean by that? Of course I have to thank you. While it started out as just fulfilling a request for my old boss, halfway through it turned into carrying out the mission that I assigned myself. Whether it's the scavengers here or the residents in the settlement, I want to spare them all the pain of hunger and give them the courage they need to live on. Bro, that's average grunts. I can do that. Yeah, I can definitely do that too. Do you think I managed to do that, Commander? Well, the look in your face tells me you're pretty proud of what you've done. Still, since you want me to praise you, I'll praise you again. Thanks, Commander. Satisfied, Qiuhua decided to change the topic. You know, if you want to do a hug pounce, this is the perfect time, but she's not going for it. Hiya! Now that you mentioned it,
our reunion turned out completely different from how I originally planned. I was going to sneak aboard the Elmo with a whole bunch of awesome ingredients and brand new skills, then announce myself with a full-on banquet. Why did I end up making such a sloppy entrance anyway? Can we do that again, Commander? You know, pretend you never saw me. Give me a chance to sneak aboard the Elmo. This reunion is good enough. Don't worry about it. True. Sure, it was sloppy, but that was just because of circumstances. Our reunion was everything I wanted. I'm glad to be back by your side again. I laugh and pat Qiuhua on the back. Oh, come on. I laugh and pat her on the back like a good old buddy. A Scavenger's voice comes from the tents, calling for Qiuhua. Miss Qiuhua, where are you, miss? Could you show us a few more dishes, please? Ah, I'm coming. Qiuhua bids me farewell before rushing towards the tents. Concrete dense ass. Wait, Qiuhua. I just remember that main Ling. She's our, machinist aboard the Elmo. Sent me a receipt for Jiaozi. Jiaozi? Jiaozi? I don't know. Feeling a while back. Seems you want some. Can you do anything with it? No problem. Jiaozi are part of my specialty. Just leave it to me. I sent Qiuhua's Meiling's recipe. He's supporting her back. At the foot of the highlands, another person approaches me. It's the inspector. This is the first time I've seen this Scavenger camp so lively. We meet again, Commander. The inspector looks around and greets me breezily. Chief, you're by the tent. No, I'm here for you. The inspector takes an envelope from his pocket. This special entry permit is for you. An additional gift, above and beyond what was promised in the contract. For the sake of our continued friendship. I look at the permit, which bears the inspector's personal signature. I suddenly recall all the crap we went through and being chased by the checkpoint guards because of this. Give me an urge to chuckle. On behalf of the farm's residents, and of course, myself, I would like to thank you for the help you gave to Darksteel Farm. Even if I can't publicly declare it, this permit will serve as a symbol that the Elmo will always be a friend of the farm. Welcome. That means we're probably coming back here someday. Maybe. Maybe. Now that I delivered my gift, I'll be heading back. When I stay for dinner, Qiuhua's cooked up a storm. I had to take care of things at the admin center. We'll share a drink next time. The inspector waves to us and goes back to the way he came. Commander, we're back. Grocer brought tons of cute little trinkets, and me too. I stopped up on cheese. You know, I kind of read that wrong. When she said Grocer brought back tons of little trinkets, and me too, like Grocer was carrying Sabrina. Sabrina, don't bring it up. Why hide it? Today is a day of celebration. It's okay to go over budget if it's once in a while. Why do you have so much food? Miss Delia forced us to take it. She said it was thanks for saving her life. She spent a lot of contribution points on them, but apparently the inspector transferred her some of his personal accounts. Ah, so it's a gift. That's good to hear. Send it all to Qiuhua. We'll have extra dishes tonight. Evening comes as smoke from the cook fires curls into the sky.
Because the head comes out of Sabrina's frame. In the distance, the trade fair and a settlement glow brightly in the twilight. Around us, the tents are suffused by a warm radiance. I call Mei Ling and all the dolls who aren't occupied at the moment to the campsite so they can enjoy the evening with us. Hut, hut, hut. Coming through. Make way, make way. Hiya. Where did all the jiaozi go? Save me some, come on. Qiuhua's voice fills the air as she strides out with a big plates of food in hand. Around her, the scavengers exchange seasonal greetings as they celebrate surviving another year. Bender, sometimes I feel like the fire in the stove is like a little ember of hope, because whenever there's smoke from a cooking fire, there's hope and a future. After thinking for a bit, I nod in agreement. No matter how hard the previous year might have been, people's hearts are still filled with the joy in the moment when a plate of piping hot food is laid on the table, and their shared enjoyment of the dishes bring them closer together. Commander, have a good time. Zoom in more, please. The coming year is going to be a good one, right? I'm sure it will. Alright. I know this is just temporary, me giving this shot of this depresso. Yeah, pretty much. Honestly, the best part of this event is just Qiuhua herself. I think the story itself was just kind of like whatever. It served its purpose, but it doesn't do anything new or anything like that. But overall, I like it. Mainly because of Qiuhua. Yeah, it's a good kept episode. I can't really expect much. I can't remember much besides her bazungas. But yeah, is my food here? Yep, it's here. It came 5 minutes ago. Yeah, Nikita's is great. That's probably gonna be... That might be next one. Who knows? I kind of hope it is. Because that one's actually good. A T-Doll cook-off? We do, yeah. And of course the commander had to be the judge. I'm staring at my eyes. Wait, diarrhea. Yeah, that's why she can't do it. Though she might try to do it. Who knows? Fillers in Ghost Line 2 are better than the main patches of 9 set of other gachas. To be fair though, that's not really a high bar, right? To be completely fair. That said, I do like the character stories. I'm not gonna lie. Obviously, I do wish that they were more that they were all main story stuff. But the format we have now is still fun. I don't hate it. But unfortunately, there's not really much to talk about this event, so I'm probably going to end the stream in just like 5 minutes, if that. Nice, and this looks so much cuter than her Girls from Line 1 self. Here's the thing. So I think the mod 3 of 97S looks better than her Girls from Line 2 outfit, but they're like really close, to be completely honest. And also the developed personality that she has here in Girls from Line 2 is great. Like I don't know who actually like made Qiuhua for this game, but I bet they took like 6 months to perfect her, to perfect her model. I agree with that, Intrinsic. I do. IHOP, who worked on her. Yes, of course. But yeah, I do agree with that. It does give time it gives time for all the T-dolls that aren't necessarily main characters to be developed, because they will show up in the main story from time to time. So having that extra context with them, so that they don't have to like explain over and over again like who these characters are, it's good. And so with the main story, they are given more time to stay focused on the actual main characters there. That said, it would be nice if Nemesis got more screen time, and Krolik too, by the way. Both Nemesis and Krolik have been sidelined for a super long time now. Like even in CN? Yes. Krolik does get a moment, but that one's complicated. I don't want to spoil that one if you haven't seen CN yet. But Krolik gets something, and Groza gets something. Nemesis does not, though. Nemesis got nothing so far. She's so stupid she has Nemesis. Maybe. Who knows? But alright, my food is waiting for me, and I don't want to delay any longer because I actually am like super hungry. So I'm gonna go eat. Tuesday is next stream because CN. So I will see you guys then. You guys take care. It was fun. Y'all have a good night.